test some things and see how this works. I doubt anybody follows me, so I'm just gonna like... We're not hold the fuck up. I'm just gonna pick Mega Man. Yeah, sure, platformer. Trying to figure this shit out. I don't expect to get a lot, because that's just how I am. I'm gonna see if I can make the volume louder. But this is probably gonna have a lot of noise. Okay, this is the best I can do. Like... Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna mute the stream now. Hey there. I wanna do this streaming deal because it's fun. I feel like I'm much better at commentating than I was years ago when I made videos. Because I've actually talked to people since. And it's fun to talk while playing games and voice chats and stuff, but I also want to see how I would do just commentating by myself and talking just about the shit I love, like these games, without having to be interrupted or whatever. Not that that's an issue, but I just thought about it. Okay, I think everything is set. I assume the volume is fine now. It's probably gonna be noise, but unfortunately I can't do much about it. I ain't no pro streamer. I'm using my laptop built-in mic because I have like nothing else. Okay, I'm gonna start up the game now. Shoutouts to this jazzy music. I love this track. Gonna play these games in order because why not? I like this. I appreciate the sprite. What there? Can you not hear the game? Hold on. Oh yeah, it's like. Is it better now? I hope it's not louder than my voice. Right now it's playing the Mega Man 3 title music over Mega Man 1's, which I guess is better than nothing. I like the sprite because it's like the same pose as the original, but it's like it's an entirely new sprite, and I just reshaded. It kind of looks more in model, but the weird part is you could say one of his fingers like behind his hand or whatever, but if you look closely, his right hand has 4 fingers and a thumb, and the other has 3 and a thumb. And I always found that funny ever since somebody pointed it out. Okay. Is it still like... Can you not hear the game still, or is it good now? Okay, cool. I will go fireman first. I'm not gonna follow the weakness orders necessarily. I will follow some of it, but right now I just want to get one of my personal favorite weapons in the game. I think Firestorm is solid. I appreciate a lot of what I don't like about this game's visuals at times is most of the enemies, although this is an exception, a lot of the enemies are like the same sprites as the NES versions with like more colors added. They're not like really redrawn, but the tile work is almost entirely different. It adds a lot more to the stage, and of course the background is really neat. It adds more detail. There's the waving effect to show how hot the stage is. I think the music, at least in this case, is very meh. It's not as good as the original. Not that I'm the biggest fan of Fireman's theme to begin with, but I think this cover could have been better. I think there's very few tracks from the 3 NES games that benefit from the Genesis arrangements. Here's a fun little fact: if you ever played Mega Man 1 and got to this part, there will be a platform down here where the empty space is, but in this version they removed it, so you should probably be aware of that. A lot of people kind of bash this game in general, though I think it has things to respect for. I can never do this without getting hit. It's like very tight with how you time it. I appreciate this game a lot, especially like imagine having back then a 16-bit collection of just 3 Mega Man games with more content on top. Like this, I think if you can enjoy Super Mario All-Stars, you can enjoy megaman-wily-wars. Or rockman-mega-world as the Japanese version calls it. I'm playing the Japanese version because I think it's faster. Because I think there is an American version. I'm not sure entirely. Well, yeah, there was like a version specifically for the Sega channel, but there wasn't a physical version. There was physically in Europe, and the PAL region games usually were slower. So I'm just sticking to Japanese. It's not like there's dialogue or anything that really matters that is changed. Here's Fireman. This boss fight's not as hard as you might think. He only shoots when you shoot him. In the original game you could like shoot once and then jump in place, and the fireball that it spawns there would always disappear as you land. But here you just kind of have to move left and right a little bit while shooting once. Like he just kind of sits there for a long time until you actually shoot. I have played the D-Make, and honestly, like I played 5 Mega Man fan game demos from Sage this year, and that one left the best impression on me. Which I didn't expect because like it's a D-Make of existing content, right? But it does add a bunch of its own things. And I also thought it would be just a demo of like one stage, but it has all the stages. The only thing it's missing, as far as I'm aware, is the last 2 Wily phases. Oh yeah, you're right. The Genesis menu is a thing and has this game. I really appreciate that they did that. They could have like easily ignored it, but they went out of their way to add it. Which could mean this is like that was like the first time a bunch of people got to experience the Wily-wars content for the first time physically. I'm gonna go after Cutman because I despise fighting Electman and I really need his weakness, so I'm gonna do that. And I like go to Electman before Gutsman so I can get the Magnet Beam right away, because you can also destroy his Guts blocks with the Elect Beam. I should say a lot of these weapon names for like Mega Man 1 stuff I'm using from like Powered Up, I think that's, I could be wrong, but I think that's where they actually got their fancy names for the first time. Like before it was just Fire and Bomb and stuff like that. But that game introduced Firestorm, Hyper Bomb, Ice Slasher, Super Arm, that's the Gutsman weapon. I'm kind of glad that they never brought back the Super Arm in any way. I'm not saying like literally bring back the same weapon, but like they never visit this concept of a weapon that only interacts with objects within a stage, because that in itself is limiting, but also the way this game is designed doesn't give you many opportunities. I'm saying that despite the stage having a bunch of these blocks, but besides that there's not a lot. Fireman doesn't have any at all, from what I can remember. In Electman you can use it to get some alternate paths. Iceman has none, I think. Gutsman has some in his, like before and in his boss room, which is kind of weird. Like yeah, as if you're gonna use those blocks against them. I don't remember if the NES version has blocks in Electman stage, like in his boss fight, but the powered up version does. Though I guess there it's made more just so like it could to make the boss fight harder. And on normal and hard difficulty, Electman gets an attack where he can destroy the blocks himself if you time it right. I forgot to mention this stage changes a lot of how the stage looks, and I appreciate it for that. The original stage, I remember a friend describing like the background of Cutman stage when it's like gray. They described it as a prison cell, and that always cracks me up. But here you got a lot more changes to the tiles. If you looked at the spike sprites before, in the original game they were like just like one triangle, but here they were made a lot more complex, and I kind of like that. Cutman's a little weird here. Like he's mostly the same. I'm doing bad, but no. In the NES game, normally he would take like 3 points of damage from the Buster. Here he takes 1. There's not actually that many changes like that in this game. Like you would think that, oh, that must mean everybody who took like 2 damage from the Buster now takes 1. That's not exactly true, but the weirdest thing is okay, let me kill him first. There we go. The weirdest thing is Quickman of all Robot Masters was chosen to take 1 damage instead of 2, and that's a problem considering how even in this game where it kind of slows down, he's very annoying to deal with. And because of that, like, I guess defense buff is actually kind of hard to fight. Flash Stopper still deals half of his health bar, but you have to like even get to have his health bar to be sure he's dead. Anyway, this is the track I was talking about before, you probably couldn't hear it properly. I just really love it. Yeah, Powered Up has some differences. I remember it having these trees that were made of like these circles, I guess. Like they're a lot more, they're more akin to like a Sonic thing where they make normal objects and stuff into these abstract shapes. I could easily destroy these guys with my weapons, but I'm gonna show myself off. Hold on. I say as I... There we go. And once again, here they have a much more interesting background and tile work. I find the tiles I'm mixed on. I like their contrast more, but I don't know about this piss color. But I like the background elements. They're better than the original, actually having these darker contrasting colors. But now the Yoku blocks, they aren't part of the background anymore. If you never noticed in NES games, they're usually like a part of the background becoming lighter in color, essentially, as if they're, I guess you could interpret that as a part of the background, a tile coming out like a pillar. But here it's not like that. I was prefer going to the left here. It's like the normal path. Yeah, Mega Man sprite is like noticeably different. I'm mixed on it. Like, I feel like if I say I don't like it, it's just because I don't like the rendering rather than like how he's drawn as a character or whatever. This got a little weird. A climbing animation has more frames, but I mean that is better than the NES version, I suppose. Oh, I'm stupid. I said I want to go to Elec before Guts. In my head, the Magna Beam was in Guts vent stage, so I'm gonna have to revisit this anyway. Not that it's an issue. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Like a lot of these enemy sprites are the same as the NES versions, just recolored. But they did go through the effort of respriting. Well, Mega Man makes sense because it's the main character. But they also resprited the Robot Masters like entirely. If you look at Hardman, it's like noticeably huge and not as symmetrical. Their animations are kind of the same, though I remember Quickman having like more animation frames to his walk cycle. I will say one thing I'm not a fan of in this game is the sound design. It feels very cheap, like what's the quickest sound effect you can make in the Genesis sound chip, and they chose that for like everything. It's not horrible, it does its job right. It's just kinda, I feel like it could have been better. Anyway, yeah, Elecman does have blocks that have like serve no purpose. I'm glad I got hit by contact damage and not his projectile, because it would have done a third of my health. I like how they still keep the point system, but only in one here. It's like, they could have easily made it the other two games to incorporate it, or just remove it from this one. Yeah, I'm just gonna revisit this stage and get the magnet beam. I really hate that. If the magnet beam looks like it's an optional item, but it's required to get through the game, and you only find that out like way later if you don't already know about it. I always found it weird how these tiles have these little machine things that look like they should shoot lightning, but that's the single case where they don't. And then the level structure just repeats and now they shoot. Also, fun fact about the sounds, at least I find it funny. It's there is like an explosion sound effect, and you probably heard that when I died. But also, you can hear it in a boss fight, but most times it's not gonna happen because some other sound effect overwrites it. So oftentimes when the Robot Master dies, you just hear like the sound of a normal enemy dying, and it's funny. And also the music just keeps going after their death, which I find weird. It only stops when the jingle plays, or in this game's case, when you pick up the item. I forget what it's called. I think it had like a name, but I forget what it was. Whoops. Oh, I need that. Wait. Nice. That's another thing. I always found the 1-up sprite kind of funny. Like, it's not bad, but I don't know, it just looks like fatter, I guess? It's kind of weird to explain, but it's not... To be fair, the original 1-up sprite is kind of goofy in itself. So I can't say they didn't make it like the original. Also, when I hit those blocks with the Elect Beam, Mega Man's animation suddenly turned to the throw animation for some reason. I guess it's because it's coded like that when you use the super arm. But yeah, I finally got the magnet beam. I really do like this gadget. Despite being from like the first game, it's very good. And whenever I play the Wily Tower portion of this game, I always take it. Now, I think I'm just gonna get to the end of the stage because I'd like to keep my lives. If you're familiar with this game, you know there's no exit option. And unlike later games where when we're visiting a stage, you don't fight the Robot Master again, here you do. Also want to shout out these clouds. These are like, well, they're not amazing looking, but the original stage was just a flat background. Also, hey there, if you don't know what Wily-Wars is, it's a compilation of Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 on the Sega Genesis, which was only released, for the longest time, it was only released physically in Europe and Japan, and in America it was available as like a download for the Sega channel. And while it's like it is a compilation of these 3 games, but that's not all it offers. There's like more content after you beat the 3 games, which is really cool. That's exclusive to this, and I will try to go through all of these in like one marathon to show it off. Wait, I don't want to use that like man's weapon against him. It's very spastic here. And I died. Non-stop. Like, I'm just gonna beat all 3 and the Wily Tower content 1 sitting right here. I've done it before, so it's not like I don't know what to expect. Just gonna try to do this better. It's not the longest if you know what you're doing. Like, NES games like this, like now it's Genesis, but these originate from NES, they're usually like 1 or 2 hours long if you know what you're doing. Like this Mega Man 1 is so short, it doesn't even have a password system. It was intended to be beaten in one sitting. Although this game, thankfully, ignores passwords altogether and lets you save the game. And that's a feature I definitely appreciate. It's pretty funny. You could sort of use passwords to cheat, like... at least in Mega Man 2, I think in some of the other ones as well, it's like... some parts of the password would determine a variable, like if you put a dot in this area, that automatically determines how many E-tanks you have. So even without knowing a password, you could like do that and just get E-tanks when going through the game. Also, that's pretty interesting. In theory, PS2 and like maybe GameCube should be what I started with, because I was born in 2000. But The first games I experienced were on DOS because that's what our dad would bring from like work. Okay, here's the thing that really bothers me. The Sniper Joe. Well, it's his sprite. He has a completely new sprite, at least when it's like standing like that. That's something I appreciate. But the deal is, Proto Man doesn't get any new sprite. Despite Mega Man and every Robot Master getting a new sprite, his is just the NES one recolored. And I compared to the Sniper Joe specifically because Sniper Joes are canonically copies of Proto Man. So they went through the effort of polishing the copy, but not the real deal. Also, yeah, something, I don't know, oh my god, he respawned. Okay, there we go. There's something I always liked about Bomb Man's like spheres in the background. But here they also had these broken fences, which I guess is better than nothing. Oh man, that sounds like pain. Like at least most NES games are short enough that you can beat in one sitting. I don't know how PS2 games are like that. Also, yeah, the Master System's like weirdly popular in Brazil, isn't it? Like it still is. Along with maybe the Genesis. Oh man. I was really bad at playing games when I was young, like, one game I distinctly remember and I still love is Jazz Jackrabbit 2. In that game I was stuck in like the first 2 levels, and years later when I would like try to get the game again, I thought, oh man, this is probably gonna be really hard, but no, it's like actually not too bad. So I was just like not very competent back then, which is kind of understandable. It's weird, even though I wouldn't memorize level design and stuff, I would always remember stuff like the music. Like I would hear it again and it's like, oh man, I remember this. Probably because I also heard it over and over just trying to get through those levels. And I'll just... Oh! I said I was just gonna... Well, there I got hit. Oh, that's interesting. I know there's like this, I don't know if it's bootleg or if it's sort of official, but it's like, I forget what its name was exactly. It was like Tectoy or something. It was this company that made like this Duke Nukem port on Genesis, which I thought was pretty funny. That was like a Brazil only, wasn't it? Yeah, piece of cake. Let's go with ice. Iceman looks notably angrier here. This background I really like. It's such an improvement over the original with the mountains and clouds that are moving. Duke Nukem 4 is the only game. It's pretty funny, like, the average person will probably think like Duke Nukem 3D is the first game, but it actually had 2 side-scrolling games before it, like 2 platformers, simply titled Duke Nukem 1 and Duke Nukem 2. These nuts! Oh yeah, Street Fighter for Sega Master System. I only found out about the existence of that like a few months ago. And I thought it's like simultaneously impressive and hilarious to look at. The funniest thing especially, it's on Fightcade. If you don't know what Fightcade is, it's like an online emulator where you play a bunch of arcade shit. And It includes like other emulator systems, and one of them is the Master System. And even though you could play literally any better version of Street Fighter 2 online with other people, you can choose to play the Master System version if you want to. Use the magnet beam here because this section's annoying. There we go. Oh, if you want to learn Third Strike, like I play that shit, I play that game a shit ton. But also, you should join like its Discord server. You're bound to be helped a lot there. If you like in most fighting game themed servers, there's like character-specific channels, channel dedicated to like general mechanics. There's like resource channels where you can check like different videos for tips and stuff. I remember when I started playing Third Strike, I think it was some months ago, but I've been playing the shit out of it. Oh yeah, red parries, they're tricky. You're not gonna use them a lot unless you're like in really high level. Fun fact, Street Fighter 3 New Generation and Second Impact did not have red parries. They were only introduced in Third Strike. So that meant, another thing I should note is, in Third Strike, if you know Ryu, he has Denjin Hadouken, which is like an unblockable thing, and he gets 1 bar of it. In Second Impact, he gets 2 bars of it, which means either he can do like, if he gets like a knockdown or whatever on you, he can potentially throw 2 Denjin Hadoukens at you, or he can use meter for EX moves, so he can throw an EX fireball and then Denjin, which either forced you to like parry the whole thing, like you couldn't red parry it, so either you'd block the fireball and get the full Denjin, or you'd be forced to like get hit by the X fireball itself to negate the Denjin stun and damage. In like the most damage you can negate without like jumping is, as far as I can imagine, block the first hit of the fireball, then let yourself get hit by it, by the second one, and then hopefully get knocked down so that the Denjin doesn't hit you. It's pretty absurd. Also, calling Second Impact and Third Strike the same thing is underselling them. Like, if you learned one of them, you can mostly play the other just fine, like play the same character. But there's still quite a few changes that will mess with your muscle memory and shit. For example, in Third Strike, grabbing and universal overheads are tied to pressing two buttons. Like grabbing, you do light punch and light kick at the same time, and universal overhead is why is that platform so spaced out? Well, yeah, the character sprites are the same, but they have like different HUDs, different stages. A lot of people prefer Second Impact stages to Third Strike, and I can understand why. Third Strike actually has less stages, or at least like it repeats some of them because it ran out of space. But yeah, in terms of gameplay, they're quite different. I'm talking about the throw being 2 buttons in Third Strike. Previously, it was just a button. It was a medium punch, heavy punch, or medium kick or heavy kick, depending on character. And you'd have to do them up close. A bunch of old fighting games were like that at first. So you didn't have like a grab whiff animation. You just either grabbed when you were up close, or you threw out the button of the... You throw out the move of the respective button. In Street Fighter 2, there's like strategies tied to that alone. And universal overhead, instead of being 2 buttons that you press at once, it was down, down, and any button, which is really awkward. Would you believe fucking New Generation didn't even have EX moves? Like, there was almost no reason to pick certain supers over others, or the fact they had more bars or whatever. Yeah, interestingly enough, Heritage for the Future was also my first fighting game I really got into. Um, the first fighting games I played were like Mortal Kombat's when I was really young, and I never got to play against people, and I also didn't care just about getting good at games in general. So it was just kind of like playing whatever for fun. I don't know. I think using hyper bomb is fine. It's if less than ideal. Now it's set to Wily. Yeah, Heritage for the Future can also be kind of jank. Like it's fun, but I actually kind of quit that game because I thought at a certain level of skill it just gets frustrating because there's so much stuff that should work and it doesn't, or just really annoying matchups. Yeah, that is I don't know if it I can't think of what is like an all-rounder in Heritage. Maybe Jotaro or Avdol. Actually, people say Black Polnareff and Shadow Dio are like the best at teaching you the game, but I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, it was the first game I got to play against like other people and get okay at. And I still respect it. I think it has like great visuals, great music. It's the thing that introduced me to the JoJo series, so I cannot thank it enough for that. And JoJo in itself introduced me to just reading manga in general. Oops. What else can I say about it? I missed that. I feel like I know who the friend is. That happened with me too. I think Chainsaw Man was the second manga I read. I'm not sure exactly. I read the I started with like JoJo, then I read I think I read Chainsaw Man, then Fire Punch. Then I read Dorohedoro, which I love the shit out of, as you might imagine. I'm thinking I'm not gonna go for that. I'm deciding between reading what's it called? One is Nogon's Life, and another one called Adam the Beginning, which is like this prequel to Astro Kid, which I never actually read, but I was just recommended it, and I thought it looked so cool. Especially I'm interested in Nogon's Life oh damn. Yeah, it looks awesome. I love its main character design and its aesthetic. It looks very good. And I'm especially excited for that because only a while ago I realized my mall has like a section where you can buy manga, which made me good happy. And last time I checked, they actually had a few Nogon's Life chapters or volumes, one of those. And I thought, oh man, now I really gotta like get into it. I'm just gonna wait on this guy first. These guys are weird in this version. Like, they're not different gameplay or anything, but they're like... Originally they were just a single color, but here they're like green and red. Wait. Oh, this is annoying. Fun fact about Nogon's Life and Chainsaw Man. I saw like... I only vaguely knew what Chainsaw Man was based on friends discussing it. It's like I knew about the devils with the different abilities and those head designs, and then I saw a meme of like a Nogon's Life panel, and I genuinely thought that was for Chainsaw Man until I asked a friend. Especially because Chainsaw Man mentions the gun devil. Anyway, this fight has a shit ton of slowdown in this. No matter which version of this game you're playing. You cannot do the pause glitch, but I don't need it that badly. if you had trouble like memorizing the pattern of this guy or whatever, at least the game slows down enough to tell you. Also here they added more background detail. Before it was just a black screen, because in NES a lot of bosses like this would be part of the background layer. The original bullet hell. Oh yeah, I don't know if it counts, but I also read the Fujimito, was that the name? Like the Chainsaw Man guy. I read the one-shot Look Back, I think it was called. It was certainly interesting. Fujimoto, yeah. In weapon energy before the Magna Beam room. I'm not sure. Like, as far as I'm aware, in Mega Man 1, items always respawn. Like, actually, give me a minute. Okay, I just had to do something really quick. What was I talking about? I feel like those, I don't know, I keep thinking I read some other manga that I'm forgetting. Maybe I'm just thinking of the other, like, JoJo spin-off stuff. This is just some, like, even though it's like I loved reading it, sometimes I just kind of forget that I did. Like, I read Fire Punch, I loved that, it was really insane, but at the same time I just kind of forget it exists for some reason. Not that there's, not like it's forgettable in any way, it's just, it was just so weird. It's like, I don't think about it the same way I do Chainsaw Man, where it's like, oh man, I love the character designs and the fight compositions. Fire Punch just has like crazy storytelling and like it's just crazy in general. I don't know how else to put it. I've seen that. From what I understand, they don't even advertise it as an anime. They call it like an animated manga or something. So it's like very basic. Which, I don't know, it's I guess it's a turn off for some people, but I also imagine, based on what it's about, that it's not really the animation that people are looking forward to. Honestly, that's kind of fine with me for something like that. Because it's just like, just having canon voices and colors and music for stuff like that is one of the cool things of having an anime at all. At least that's how I think about it. On the other hand, even when something does have a good anime adaptation, I just naturally go towards manga. Not because I'm one of those people that are like, oh, the manga is always better, but I just find it more convenient. Like, I don't know, I don't feel like sitting down and watching 20-minute episodes. It's also just cool to see the original art, how it was envisioned and all. And seeing the progress, because almost every manga has like a huge difference in style from beginning to end. Like if you compare the first chapter to the like later ones, it's crazy. I use the copy robot. I don't know if I can call it a tradition. They sometimes bring it back. Like Mega Man 3 has it, and I feel like there was another, but I don't remember. I don't know if it's like if Firestorm is like the intended weakness, but he takes a pretty good amount of damage from it. He's an occasion. That I can understand that. I'm you know what really pisses me off? When people want it too much to look like the manga. Like they'll complain that a fucking scene isn't traced exactly like a panel or whatever. Like, oh, there's not wrinkles here. This is bad. Oh, that's pretty cool. I was confused about like whether you should call it added content or filler, because like some animes are like that. I actually don't know much about the Ace Attorney anime. I just kind of saw clips of it on YouTube pop up every so often. That is a interesting way to put it. Okay, I'm gonna use super arm here. Oh, that's lame. And now that block is gonna like remain removed, but I think I can do this now that I have full health. Yeah, I guess I can see that. I still want to play Ace Attorney someday. Like maybe I'll just emulate one of the DS games or whatever. Yeah, I'm very fucking poor. Well, not literally, but like I can't really afford buying a lot of games to the point where it's like I'm still not level 1 on Steam or whatever the fuck. So I just always wait for people to gift me whenever possible. Almost every time, even if it has a Steam version that's superior, I just look for the free alternative, like fucking Cave Story or something. I'll be like, oh, does the free version have this feature or whatever? I legit am thinking about playing One Shot, like the free version, and I'm thinking about when I want to attempt that, so I don't run into the issue of having to exit it and then oops, I can never play it again. I'm interested in One Shot, but I've also seen like almost every friend I know just not like it. So I don't know what to make of it. I see. Also, that's an interesting criticism. Oh yeah. Well, that's like a thing with anime in general, isn't it? Where they try to save money by prolonging the same shot without wasting too much animation or whatever. I'm sure there's like some exceptions to that though. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's always like uh when I say my friends don't like one shot, it's always about the character itself. I just asked them like, why do you not like him? They're just like, look at him, he's so stupid. You know what makes me lose my shit when like Deltarune was new and people looked at Realze and just said that's just a one shot cat. And I mean, it's they're not wrong. Also, that's interesting. And we're already at the final boss. That was the first form. I might die. Oh well. I may look into that. Fun little quirk about this boss fight. In the original, the weapons you would use as like weaknesses would hit him multiple times, while here they just do a set amount of damage. And there we go. Well, it's definitely the first of its kind. It looks like it just took a bunch of stuff from the garage and put it into a machine. Rockman has ended the evil domination of Dr. Wily and restored the world to peace. However, the never-ending battle continues until destructive forces are defeated. Fight, Rockman, for everlasting peace. Also, yeah, it does incorporate the capsule into the machine, but besides that, it's very non-characteristic. Like later he adds like a bunch of stuff like his logo and then introduces the skulls into the mix. This game has like no skull motif. Well, first of all, it doesn't show the castle at all, but there is like artwork of the supposed castle of this game. It doesn't have the skull on it, I remember that much. It's very weird, it has like a bridge on it, and that might be what Wily Stage 2 is supposed to be. Also, here comes something awkward soon enough. Sunburnt Mega Man. I don't like the sprite. And Light and Roll looks so weird. They have like those cute anime eyes. At least the town looks nicer. In a moment it should go back to the title screen or something. Yep. Mega Man 1 is beaten, so let's head to Mega Man 2. Okay, this part is in Japanese, but you probably know the story already. It's the year 2000X, Wily builds 8 robots, and Mega Man has to deal with it. Yeah, it's called Rockman in Japan. I love that because it keeps the music motif, so when you get Rockman and Roll, you have rock and roll. That said, I still prefer calling him Mega Man. Yeah, that version of Mega Man you saw earlier where he didn't have his blue armor, people usually call that Rock. I think that's why it's called in Japan, but like Powered Up calls him Mega, which just sounds kind of weird. So people just call it Rock. Also, the Japanese versions of these titles always had some kind of subtitle to it. I don't remember what this one translates to. It's like Dr. Wily no Nazo, and I think it's something just like Dr. Wily's back or whatever. Yeah, it's so weird. I mean, Stoneman stones people to death. I'm gonna head to Metal Man, why not? I like how the space background looks here. I don't think in this version of the game you can do that thing where you hold the button down and you get PPs to appear during the Robot Master start screen. The secret of Wily, that's right. What a secret, more robots. Oh wait, no, maybe it's talking about the end part. You know the one. It would have been funny if that were actually real. I appreciate the tile work in this too, like these bands and gears going on, it's pretty cool. But there's like, now the background is just black, which I don't think it was in the original. Maybe it was in this section, but I'm not sure. It should have had like gears moving. Okay, there they are. Yeah, these are pretty much taken from the NES game with like some added colors. I don't think there were bricks in the background of the original. Nothing, it's just I appreciate the added detail and attention to it. I just found this enemy weird. Like, yeah, it does ride a gear, it fits in with the stage, but otherwise it's like this weird jester, I guess. Also, I think these are just called barrels, I could be wrong. But people usually call that enemy just barrels. Fun little fact of the original game, if you play this on normal mode, I should mention first, normal mode, what it does mainly is it just increases your damage and like item drops. That enemy you would just kill instantly without experiencing that attack because you would kill it before it could do that. This is a pretty short stage. And already this game does more to spice things up over the original because you have a conveyor belt within a boss fight. And every time it flashes it changes the direction, but you can just sit here mostly. Yeah. This game is slightly longer, and 3 especially, but I can still do it. And the bonus content isn't probably not even as long as the first game, really. I swear these blades are a lot easier to avoid in the NES game. Okay, I can just like walk there when he shoots the 3 ones. Yeah, my strategy is to just sit here and do this. He jumps every time you shoot. And he jumps at 3 different elevations, and that determines how many blades he throws. He throws them like way below me for some reason. But there it is. It's all good, dude. Oh yeah, this screen is in Japanese. It just says like, you got Metal Blade. And you get this really weirdly angry Mega Man there. Oh yeah, I love some of the like little backstories behind enemies and robot masters. The one I think about off the top of my head is how Frostman is made up of Clownman's spare parts. Flashman looks alright. I like this stage. It's got a lot more detail with these crystals around. And the tiles flash every so often. I also like these enemies, well not these in particular, but a bunch of enemies have men in their name even though they're not like supposed to be robot masters. These guys are called shot men. And the first game had picket men, or pikel men. This is a funny little dude. Sniper Joes are back. A thing I find weird is that here the Sniper Joe shares the same color with the machine it's riding. In the original game it had like 2 separate colors. Yeah, Swordman was made to just like hold the sword for a museum or whatever. That's like so absurd. Also, if you hear stuff in the background, I apologize for that. I can't really do anything to stop it. Even though I live on the 8th floor of a block, my mic still picks up like loud car noises. It honestly amazes me. If only that did exist. Or even somebody's definitely made it like a fan robot master, but there's no like game where you have Toilet Man as far as I'm aware. Yeah. I kind of find this fight annoying, but I did it. Fun fact also about this in the original NES game, the background was just this like green brick wall that you see nowhere else in the game. I don't know why it had that. I guess to feel unique, but it just looked weird. We now get Time Stopper, not to confuse with Flash Stopper from Mega Man 4. And now Dr. Wily lets us know we got item 3. You don't collect E-tanks, you collect septic tanks. Yeah, Time Slow is another one. Now we're gonna head to Quick Man. If I play the NES game, I can do Quickman first, but here I seriously need the Flash Stopper to even stand a chance against him. If you know anything from Mega Man, you probably know Quickman stage is this really annoying stage that you basically have to memorize to get through, and it's really punishing and stupid. Of course I know the layout by now, but that doesn't make it good. At least it is short when you know what to do. Also, these guys are funny. They have this slight mechanic tied to them, which I do like. But also, even though they're like a fire enemy, they appear nowhere in Hitman stage. Yeah, it's kind of weird. That's something that does fascinate me about games from back then. They were like still figuring out how to design games in general. And some games were made hard just to increase playtime because they were too limited to add a lot of content, so they just made it harder so that you play it more. It's kind of funny. This gimmick never gets revisited in the official games, thankfully. But a lot of fan games try to like do this but good. Some did succeed, some don't. Anyway, Quickman is a pain in the ass to fight. He's very kind of random and not easy to react to. And like I mentioned earlier, in this game he takes 1 unit of damage from the Buster instead of 2, which is annoying. Oh damn, I was gonna pause and use Flash Stopper because then he would have died. Unskippable cutscenes, goddamn. Goddamn. There we go. I think he should be dead. If not, he'd be 1 hit away from death. Duh! Okay, I'm using an E-Tank. I'm not gonna die to this. A lot of people like to use what's it called? Airman's weapon. They like to use that in the NES game. It doesn't do more damage, but it has a chance of hitting multiple times, and it's also much easier to hit him that way. I should try Chrono Trigger. I want to try in general a lot of like classic RPGs. I haven't really done that. I kind of fixed that by actually playing Earthbound Mother 3 recently. But besides that, I still gotta try some stuff. Like I want to see what Dragon Quest is like, or Chrono Trigger like you said. That's pretty nice to hear. Well, man, feels weirdly huge. I'm glad they fixed the background so it's not a pain to the eyes. I love that you can like keep one frog on screen and then the big frog will never shoot anymore. So I'm gonna keep this little body following me. Oh, well, he fell. Those platforms also fall, but if you jump quick enough, they don't register. Wonder Boy Monsterland. Huh, that's interesting. I remember watching, I watched some reviews from Some Call Me Johnny of the Final Fantasy games, and I thought they were interesting. I was surprised when I heard about the third game, I think it was the third, having that weird tower thing and how awful it is. The original stage here was a lot more green, but here I guess they wanted to make it look like it's underwater. Also, don't know if this is the case here, but in the NES game, if you killed these mini-bosses and then died and came back, they would not respawn. These guys are cute. I didn't know until I was told about it, but these guys are essentially tiny versions of that boss you saw in the first game, the bubble guy. I've listened to at least, I think that was the track I listened to as well. I should try more than that, but yeah. I even remember, since we're still on a Mega Man mood here, I listened to this cover of Nightman's theme made in the style of Chrono Trigger, and I thought it was sick. It was done by a guy called Zero Janitor. I actually haven't played the Mega Man X games. Well, I played the X1, 2, 3, and 4. I haven't played beyond that, and X4 I haven't even beaten as Zero. Because I just didn't find as fun as I thought it would be. The background is basically the same as the original, but I don't think the original had the torn off parts. Metal Blade is perfect for this fight, not only because it is his weakness, but you can aim it in all these directions and always aim at him. Mega Man 2 has a weird set of weapons. It's like, outside of Metal Blade, there's some that are pretty darn good, and the rest are like, why even use them? Now got Bubble Lead, which I'm gonna use against Heatman. Oh, that's interesting, I guess. Sounds like such a weird choice. Mega Man X kind of does that a lot, doesn't it? Where it just like, I don't know how to put it, like, makes references to other games from the series for no real reason. Like X7 has a bunch of X1 shit. This isn't one of my favorite songs in the game, but I think this is like one of the Wily-Wars versions I remember more fondly. It's also a pretty basic stage. Outside of the lava, it doesn't actually have any like fire gimmicks. And I don't know if I'm gonna call like a death pit a gimmick. I've actually played, like, there's that one famous room, which I'm gonna get to soon. Do I have item 2? No. Well, it's fine because I actually memorized that. And it's weird because it's, unless you count, yeah, I think this and Mega Man Base are the only games where you have a Yoku block section with uneven timings. Because, you know, it's always whoop, whoop. Well, here, like, you see, it's very fast for no reason. And very, like, inconsistent. It usually follows a rhythm. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do this. I have friends who always make fun of this gimmick, saying it's like one of the worst mechanics in a video game. So whenever they're like brought up, they're like, what if you used one of the worst gimmicks in video games? Even though I think it is cool in concept. Okay, I can just sit here, I don't have to like... Or maybe... Nah, never mind, I have to do that. Oh yeah, I heard about that X5 was supposed to be the last. And then it wasn't. How did I fail that? I swear I'm not this bad usually at this. I will say this. How did I fall? Oh, I think I'm starting to understand what you said when, like, Mega Man's sprite is bigger but his hitbox is the same. Because I'm trying to land on quote-unquote the edge of his sprite and then it doesn't work. How many lives do I have? 2. That should have appeared earlier. And that block messed up my jump. I'm actually gonna die just from that enemy. Damn it. I've seen that. I actually haven't played it. But I'm pretty familiar with it. So I guess I got kind of spoiled on it. I follow its creator online. On like Twitter. I should have jumped earlier. Okay, let's do it right. Yeah, you see how uneven the timing is? And then there's these 2 parts where on the 3rd block, it does this. You have to... Okay, well it was just 1 part, but you have to know to jump there. Otherwise you're fucked. And yeah, I've been following the person, I know they're called Splendid Land, but part of me still kind of wants to refer to when they were called Bro Toad and like 8-bit deathmatch development and stuff. But yeah, they're like one of the most unique artists I've seen, like in terms of their art style. They do like everything in MS Paint, but it's like so insane regardless of like what it's made in. They even made their own like... They made their own Mega Man Robot Master redesigns and also some original Robot Masters. And if you've ever been in the community, they've always been like a subject of discussion every so often. Honestly, I still use MS Paint just to like doodle and shit because I find it convenient. But also, I will legit not mind sticking to it if it only had layers. That's all I really want. Sometimes I legit... another program I use is Krita. It has a lot more options, but I struggle to find brushes that are similar to the ones I like in MS Paint. But in terms of sprites, yeah, I never felt the need for a different program for making sprites because I just... That was just... That block should have appeared way earlier. But yeah. People always talk about Clip Studio Paint. I can't really be bothered to try and get that. I'm sure it's great, it's just like right now I'm pretty happy with the programs I'm using. Interesting. That jump is like impossible. That shouldn't... I feel like this is actually harder than the NES version, because that block doesn't appear at the right time. It's like dependent on when you get on the screen. Okay, there we go. I just gotta do the next section right. One, two, three, and then you jump. And there we go. I like how shooting the Joe there reflects the shot because of his shield. That took longer than it should have. But yeah, I've seen people talk about Clip Studio like it's a godsend, and I guess I can see why. Seen a lot of people use its time-lapse feature. Just having that would be cool, honestly, for me. Even though Heatman's fight is mostly the same, he shoots the projectiles differently. In the original game, they would all follow like a different arc, while here they're at the same horizontal height. I'm not sure if I'm really into using gradients most of the time. Not that they're bad, they can be used well. It's just not what I'm used to. That's the thing I find kind of funny, but also bums me out. It's when I watch a tutorial related to art, and it's like it still is a good tutorial, but it's something like how to do shading, and it's like, okay, I get to learn it, and then they like get to a point. It's like, you can use this feature in your program to do it. It's like, God, I don't have that. Even though I probably should not have that mindset, whenever I try to learn to draw, I try to think to an extent, like, how would I do this if I drew traditionally? Like, how would I manually pick the colors, or how would I do this technique or whatever? I'm gonna try using quick boomerang so I can shoot faster. I think this is also a decent arrangement of Woodman's theme. I enjoy it. Normally in the original game, I think you could stand at this spot without needing to jump, and you would just barely not get hit by the enemy. Here I'm gonna use Flash Stopper, because then they just do not spawn here, which is pretty cool. Although if you do it too late, if doing the transporting animation, you can still like not get past. It's kind of weird how styles develop sometimes. Like if you saw one of my sketches lately, I just kind of randomly thought, what if I made this black and white sketch have like 2 other color shades added, where there would be like a light source, so it kind of looks like it has this weird color transition, and then it actually turned out to look, it felt like it looked more like something you'd do on paper, like the way it's rendered, and I'm kind of happy with that. The Geese Thompson one. And here's this enemy that's only used once in the game. Well, like for this one section. And again, Wily Wars gives it like 2 colors, because why not? Oh yeah, if you thought Atomic Fire's noise was annoying the NES game, well, be ready. Yeah. I'm gonna use that to kill Woodman. Wait, did it release my shot? Oh, it actually did. Oh, wait, no? Yeah, it did. Well, there goes half the health of him. Well, it's okay because Metal Man also does the job. Doesn't kill him in 2 hits, but it does good damage. I at least had trouble avoiding Woodman's attack, like the shield coupled with the leaves falling. At least in the NES games, there it's like way faster. It feels almost virtually impossible. And here starts the trend of gaining weapons with shield in the name that don't actually shield you from anything. Unless you count killing small enemies as shielding from you. Shielding you from them. It's also weird seeing some of these robot masters with colored eyes in sprite form. They almost always stuck to like black eyes. I really like the tiles in this. They add these little fences. To some of them anyway. I know now that these platforms are based on like the Oni demon or whatever. But I used to just see them as like angry Dr. Lights. Also, that guy's supposed to be a mini version of that, which I didn't realize until I read about it. Also, that those guys literally throwing like pieces of thunder are like thunder gods or whatever. It's pretty cute, honestly. I'll think about it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have any schedule or anything. I'll just kind of do it when I feel like it. Want to do it now to see how it would feel. I'm guessing it's going well. It shouldn't be too much of an issue when it comes to having time for it. Oh yeah, I like also this arrangement of this theme. It's just more relaxing. But yeah, I just kind of missed the times when I made YouTube gameplay videos. But back then I was like not as good as articulating myself. I was kind of bad at grammar sometimes, and I didn't have the courage to actually talk. Back when annotations were a thing, I just added those because that's what some YouTubers I watched did, and I kind of liked that. And I tried to add some editing to them, like cut parts that were already seen and would be boring to repeat or whatever. But I kind of prefer the idea of live streaming because it's just another feeling when you're there and people are talking to you. And you just like try to say stuff on the spot. No, it's not. I am Romanian. The land of Dracula. Normally this enemy would be hidden behind the clouds, but I guess in this version it's not. I do have, my mother is an English teacher, which I guess kind of helped, but I still feel like most of my English I just somehow learned from the internet over the years. Ass slapping what? I actually don't know about that, but then again I don't like watch sports or anything. I don't watch TV a lot in general nowadays. It's been years since I sat down and watched TV. And when I did watch TV as a kid, it was always like cartoons and like sitcoms. And not necessarily because I thought they were great or because I found them funny. I just liked seeing stuff on screen. Now I get to appreciate them more though. I like how I was a kid, I was like, man, Samurai Jack is so cool. Now I'm like, man, Samurai Jack is so cool and here's why. You know what I thought were like an interesting tournament concept? I forget what you call it, but it was like this thing where it was done like I think it started with COVID, or rather, it just became more popular with COVID. And it was this thing with just making these elaborate I don't know what you call them. I guess it's like making a board game, and you have these little balls that go on little like different gadgets and stuff, and they're trying to like race each other through like these little courses. I wish I knew what it was called, but I know I've seen it once. Yeah, regular show's neat. I didn't appreciate it as a kid, but I've seen it lately more, and I got to appreciate it. Yeah, I guess more like a ball game. It was like you'd basically be playing with marbles, like marble-sized balls, and you'd put them on these courses and see like which one gets to the end or something like that. One thing you might be surprised by is I didn't have Nickelodeon as a kid. I had no clue what SpongeBob was outside of like some promotional material I happened to see. And some stuff that is associated with Nickelodeon, it was on like Disney as far as I'm aware, like Fairly Odd Parents, that was on Disney Channel. It feels weird that now I do have a TV that can play Nickelodeon, but I'm never gonna sit down and watch it. I'll take that. I can't remember if I had anything like that, like many programs in other languages, but I've talked with friends that did have that type of deal. Does anybody remember Minimax? You ever had that? It was a very children-oriented thing, so it was probably not that amazing, but I don't know, I kinda liked it. You had a lot of these shows with like these really wacky art styles that you see nowhere else. And I thought it was interesting also because at a certain like hour later in the day, it would turn into Animax, where you got to watch like dubbed anime. And I think that was like how I watched stuff like Naruto. Fucking there's one I'm trying to remember the name of. I think it was Cubics. I thought that was really so cool as a kid, but when I look back at it now, it's like just really early CGI shit that doesn't age that well. And I don't know how the show itself was. I just thought, oh, cool robot. The Bear in the Big Blue House. I don't remember that. See, I don't know if I just don't know the show or if it's like something I did see as a kid and I just don't remember it well. Also, yeah, I remember Bleach as well. I don't know if I'm actually not sure if I saw Bleach on Animax. It was just like my brother would sometimes make me watch anime with him on the internet, and one of those was Bleach. We watched like so many episodes and I still remember like nothing about it. I'm not even sure what to make of Bleach. I heard most people not like it, and I watched some video about how like it used to be good but now is not so much. Oh dude, I fucking miss Jetix. I remember when they announced Jetix was changing into Disney Channel, and I thought like, oh cool, that's like nice, it's gonna change it back to Jetix, right? And never did. I was like, so that was the first time I've seen anything like that, and because I didn't know shit about like development behind media and stuff, I was just like, I thought it was just a thing on TV I could see, and I thought it would come back one day so I could watch some of its stuff, but never did. But at least some of its shows did go over to Disney Channel. The first full anime I can recall watching was Dragon Ball. Like, I think I watched. I'm not sure of the order. I might have watched Z, then GT, then the original. And it was like years ago. I kind of want to rewatch the original and Z. or maybe just the original, because that one I remember the least about. While with Z, like, even if you're just going around the internet not being a Dragon Ball fan, you probably know the gist of the story. And honestly, like, even though I kind of love Dragon Ball Z, it also isn't as great as some people would say. It has awesome character designs. The battles can be cool, but I also don't like the whole just being based on like power level and how it's not amazing in terms of story or anything. And even I think I might be wrong, but I feel like Toriyama himself said he was more into like making comedy stuff. So trying to be all serious was they don't pan out as well. Also, that is true. It's funny how there's like so many memes of it now. Yeah, hey, it's me, Goku. There's multiple memes of just like the render of Goku staring at you. And there's that one hilarious image with what's his name, Gohan fighting Super Buu, which I'm not gonna quote in case Twitch fucking murders me, but if you look it up you might know what I'm talking about. The Android 13 has so many funny things tied to it. Like, first of all, I hate I hate Super 13. It looks so stupid. It looks like a fan character with the awful colors and just nothing really remarkable. Like, the androids themselves looked better than Super 13. But also, I remember seeing footage of this weird dub of the movie, and Vegeta had like the worst voice. I'll see if I can make that jump. You've probably seen the video on YouTube, but it was just him going like, Kakaroto is mine! It was so funny. I think the video is literally just called like the worst Vegeta voice. I love that. This cancer thing is pretty strong. I don't think I can win. I don't know if anybody's seen that one, but I remember one that I found hilarious, where it was like Vegeta talking to Bulma. It's like, Bulma, spell me, and then Bulma says, okay, M-E, and Vegeta's like, I don't know what he said exactly. It was something like, sorry, I apologize. I didn't learn English because of my ketamine addiction. This battle is pretty well, that was my fault. This battle is really annoying in the NES game because whenever you hit the boss it flashes a screen, and because there's so much on screen you actually somehow get knocked back further for whatever reason. It does happen here, thankfully. Also, for the record, this is a decent arrangement. I think I'm just gonna use the Buster. It feels like the screen moves weirdly faster here. Also, in the original game, the Mecha Dragon would teleport in, but here it just kind of flies up. Well, damn it. Yeah. I feel like if I'm gonna stream often, that's gonna be like the running joke. At least until summer stops being a thing and I can keep my window open. I mean closed. Because it's open, it's so loud. I have a friend who calls it, whenever it's like a loud car noise, they call it the Romanian beast. And that cracks me up every time. Oh damn it. Now I need weapon energy. At least if I voice chat on Discord, it's not a huge issue because there's noise suppression. But I don't know how if OBS has any setting like that. Oh, that's interesting, but I don't think I can do that because my mic is built into the laptop. That's why I had such trouble, like, setting this up earlier. I feel like if I sit quiet, you'll still hear, like, a little bit of noise, and I don't know if I can do anything about it. I know, I'm very professional. This also led to me misunderstanding where the mic even is for the longest time. A Christian. Oh man. For a while, I even used to think that my laptop on like the right side has this weird hole in it. I don't know what it is for, but at one point I used to think that's where the mic picked up noise. That's not the case. The only way I can put it is it's somewhere next to like the laptop screen itself. So if I tilt the web top, it makes a loud ass noise. What's up everybody, my name is Webcam Mike Matei, and today I'm gonna be playing Mega Man without getting hit. I'm just gonna... oh boy. I'm just gonna sit close to the platform. Like, close to the edge. Let's use anything, it's fine. Come here. How did I not hit him? Are you kidding me? Well, that was a waste. I guess I'm gonna sit in the middle platform instead. Let's see if this guy gives me any energy. Also, oh, I see. What bothers me is there's this little plug or whatever, this output I think it's called. It's like where you plug in headphones. The little icon next to it shows headphone or mic, but from what I've experienced, no mic works with this laptop. Neither one that's like a pair of headphones with a mic, nor a separate mic, it just doesn't work. There's the remaining incantation again. Let's try to do this right. Also, this background wasn't here before. Again, the boss has just a black background. Also, if you get hit by the dragon during the chase, you die instantly. At least that was the case in the NES game, though I'm pretty sure it's also here. Alright. I tried to pause! Damn it. My projectile was not off screen yet. How many lives do I... okay. Well, now I need the energy for... is there more below that I didn't get? There's a 1-up, but I can farm this guy. Well, that was quick. I got a 1-up for it. Still gonna destroy this guy just in case he drops something. Alright. Maybe I should keep using the quick boomerang because it goes on an angle, so I can hit it even when it's flying below the platform. I think its weakness is the quick boomerang, but I don't know if it's really a weakness as much as something that's more spammable than the buster. But it doesn't have invincibility frames. Although in this game you cannot mash as much as in the NES game, there's just like a weird window that doesn't let you mash as much, which is kind of annoying. Let's try this again. This is the one, I can feel it. Shoutouts to the Mecha Dragon's tiny arms. Okay, we're using an E-Tank. You can only carry 4 anyway, and I think there's more within later stages. Yeah, the Wily-Wars version is like strangely faster, and again, the whole Mega Man sprite being bigger than your hitbox can lead you to easily fall when you try to get to like the edge of the platforms. This stage is orange instead of the original green. I'm not sure why they did that, but I guess it's more appealing. A thing that many people might know is, at least in some Mega Man games, enemies have weaknesses. Like, it's not just, oh, the weapon does more damage, so it kills them. It did actually, some are weak to them. Also, if you hold right, you can do that. It works in the NES version too. You never fall, you just keep landing back on the platform. These walls are industriable with Crash Bomb. I'm not a fan of Crash Bomb. It looks neat because it's like an explosive weapon, but it only explodes if it's like on a wall, or if it's on like a shield enemy. It doesn't, if it hits an enemy directly, it does not explode. It only does some damage, which is way less than what you get with the explosions. These guys, which are called molds, weirdly enough, are weak to the wood shield. Leaf shield, I mean. I always call it wood shield because I look on screen and see W, and my instinct is just wood shield. Getting hit is worth it just so you can get like health and shit back. Oh yeah, Super Smash Flash is a thing I always forget. I feel like I actually tried that game for like a few minutes when I was really young because I was just curious what Smash Brothers was, and I was like, this will do. Some people like to use Time Stopper in this section because of this one part, but I think it's pretty easy to stay in between those. Oh yeah, I guess so. I thought, what's it called, the Rivals of Ether looked neat for like a platform fighter. You might see people use Metal Blade in this fight, which I can understand why, because you can aim it in all directions and stuff. But Bubble, that is its actual weakness, because it destroys these in one hit. And I just kind of prefer doing that. Yeah, I really appreciate it because of the mods. I find kind of weird, like, I don't hate what the art style is trying to do, but most sprites feel not as good except for like Shovel Knight. I think the designs themselves are neat. I saw that Sonic fighting game, I forget its exact name, but I think I know what you're talking about. That has me really mixed because, at least in some footage I've seen, the characters reuse like model animations from other games. Like, from what I've been told, one of them was doing the Morrigan pose from Darkstalkers, and I distinctly remember Rouge was just the one, like, Egyptian or whatever character from Street Fighter 5. Yeah, I think Smashdown. This isn't a song I really like, but this, oh man. This arrangement makes it more, like, menacing and pleasing to the ear. So I appreciate it for that. Smackdown, that's what it was. I hope I'm wrong about what I'm saying, but I'm pretty sure, at least in maybe in some older footage, Rouge was clearly using the pose animation for like a Street Fighter 5 character. This enemy is interesting. In the original game, you could destroy it with Quick Boomerang and Crash Bomb. In this game, neither works. Or I think maybe only Crash Bomb works, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it does not work. In Mega Man 2, you could kill them with those weapons. They also have a slightly different design. They were a lot more basic looking in the original. Dude, can I just say, if Smash ever gets, Eggman should be a new Smash character, because literally nobody would get mad at that. Like, it would be perfect. Also right. Damn it, my brain wanted to slide and I jumped. Well, at least there's a checkpoint here. Yeah. I feel like Eggman and maybe Porky from like either Mother 2 or 3, those would be like characters nobody could get mad at if they appeared in Smash as characters. And there's like no damage. The Guts dozer looks weird in this. It's like overly shiny and kind of disproportionate. I think it's like weak to Quick Boomerang, but in the same fashion as the Mecha Dragon, it just hits him more. Okay, here it does do extra damage. Yeah, is it in Brawler 4? I forget, but I know Porky is a boss in one of those. The Mother 3 Porky. Alex Kidd would be neat. Yeah, I feel bad for Smash. Like, Smash as a concept means the developers never... Their job is never done. Because people will, no matter how many characters you get in there, people are gonna keep asking for more. Like, the whole, the meme that's like, when Scrimblow Bimblow, the lovable Scrunko doesn't make it in Smash, that's like, that describes Smash's state in general. Because people always want some other character in there. You remember when people were really happy about Banjo-Kazooie making it in and then people stopped caring? Like, that's every character. They're excited for like a month and then that's it. They stopped caring about it. I mean, it's kind of fortunate. But even then, when there's like a new Smash game, they're not allowed to just omit some characters. People want everybody back. I am not either. That just looks like a meme, honestly. The only thing I find interesting is that it has a rollback netcode. That too, but... I don't know, I just kind of feel bad. And when I ask anybody like, okay, what do you think about Smash as a game? They like... either do not like how it plays, or they say the netcode sucks. And it's like, what even is appealing about Smash anymore? Like, yeah, it's this big crossover of a lot of different games, but like, I don't know, I feel like it's running out of steam, and people are starting to like, only care about stuff like, I don't know how to put it, like care about it virtually. Like, they don't actually care about the game itself as much. They're just like, this character should be in, and that's it. They probably won't even play the character for more than a few weeks. Despite that, I still think about some of the reviews and how cool they are. Like, I'm still very glad about Mega Man making it to Smash, and at the time that he made it in, there was like no new game for a while and all that. It was really cool just to see him and how he was represented. I should try to see if I can get like an N64 emulator working. I think Banjo is like what I'm most interested in to play for the N64. Also, that's a bit of a shame to hear. I mean, it's a fan game, I guess they can do whatever, but it's kind of lame just to hear that they will use animations like that. At least I hope it plays well. Oh, they did? Okay. That was not the best strategy there, but it's fine. Here's, unless you have atomic fire charged up and ready to fire, you are forced to get hit here. I don't know why it's designed like that. There's no other part in the game where it's like that. Here you can dodge him just fine. I mentioned atomic fire specifically because that one instant kills it. You just cannot shoot him fast enough to kill him before he fires a shot. Anyway, here's my most hated boss fight in the series. I would have to explain quite a bit about why I hate it, but it's a boss that you can only hit with like. You can only damage with a certain weapon. You cannot use the buster. You have to have this. And also, unless you use item 1 and 2 and all that correctly, you are straight up forced to die and farm again, because if you try to destroy the walls with Crash Bomber, then you would not have enough left for the boss to die. Like here, I'm not gonna waste time destroying that wall. Well, actually got destroyed just now. This one I have to destroy right here. Alright. It's also really annoying to dodge in this version, because usually they would like be aimed where you are, but here they just can seem kind of random. I should have used item 3. I don't know how I didn't get hit there, but next time I'll use an E-tank. Alright. If you do a trick shot, you can potentially like save one Crash Bomber here by hitting just like the middle like this. Hey, nice. I didn't think I would manage it first try. But yeah, I hate this boss fight. It's designed so horribly. At least if it was like a weapon you have a lot of ammo for, but no, like Crash Bomb is pretty scarce. And if you miss like a shot or whatever and don't have energy, you're forced to die and then redo go back to the stage and farm and then come back to the fight. The one thing I can say is if you destroy the wall and come back, the wall remains destroyed. That is, unless you get a game over and then the walls respawn. So yeah, I just really hate that boss fight. It's awful. Now the boss refights. The tradition started in Mega Man 1, but here's where you finally get the teleporters, and when finally the bosses actually give you health upon destroying them. Can I just say, like, I know it's a tradition with Mega Man, and even though I'm like such a huge Mega Man fan, I'm not into boss rematches. Like, yeah, I guess it's a challenge that now you have to fight a bunch of them while knowing what they do and all, but I don't know, I feel like it doesn't bring anything new to the table. It just kind of, here, you do this again. I wasn't too big on it in Shovel Knight either. I hear some people like it. I think what is cool about it is the way the way the guys interact with Shovel Knight. Like, what the hell? He's back? I'm not gonna let you get away with it this time. At least that's a neat touch. But I was happy when I got to like Spectral Torment and you didn't have to do that again. And also King of Cards. I'm gonna wait for him to jump first so I don't mess this up. By the way, if you use Hitman's weapon on himself and Woodman's weapon on himself, it heals them. Like, it heals the health bar completely. Not only that, but Crash Bomb heals Hitman for some reason. Although if you use Crash Bomb on Hitman while he's invulnerable, the Crash Bomb will explode and the explosion does deal damage. Not like a weakness, it still does 1, but it sure does damage. And he has Quick Man, which is made much easier by not having the elevated platforms. Like I mentioned, it has a much like smoother running animation than the NES version. In the NES version, he didn't even wiggle his arms back and forth. He just kind of shaked his legs. Okay, let's use Death. I love the idea that Quickman is so fast that stopping time physically hurts him. Yeah, Freezeman gets healed by his weapon, although only a little bit. What I find funny there is he does his intro pose and then heals a little bit, while here the game just keeps going really fast, like it instantly heals them. Also, even though there's no conveyor belt here, he still walks in place. Also, if you're a Mega Man fan, this is known. He dies in 2 hits from his own weapon. And if you're playing on normal mode in the NES game, he dies in 1. I don't know why they gave him that interaction, especially considering that if you attempt using the same weapon against those other 2 I mentioned, they heal themselves, so you would just be afraid to even do that. But yeah, that's a thing that works. I don't even think they ever referenced it in an official game again. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. I know of at least one fan game that does it. But they never made a Robot Master die in 2 hits from their own weapon. Here's the Wily Machine. Wily Machine number 2. This isn't really his weakness, I don't think. You can use a nicely aimed Crash Bomber to like kill it instantly in the NES game. I'll see if it works here, because I have 1 shot of it left. It worked! I almost died too. But yeah, you can do that in NES game too. If you aim just below the cockpit, it will do the explosion instantly and deal damage. I never actually bothered reading the Archie comics. They look neat, though they also seem kind of cheesy. The tiles in this are really weird. Like, they're not at all like the original. You have also these weird drops that deal a bunch. I think they take like a quarter of your health if you bump into them. I always assumed it's just kind of lava, but it's up to you, whatever this is. I also always make a joke about this stage, like, oh, Mega Man 2 Wily 6 is my favorite song. Well, at least that's nice to hear. Oh my god, he's an alien! And we're just gonna use bubbles to destroy it. It's a pretty simple pattern. Although its projectile, as simple as it looks, it does a surprising amount of damage. If you try to use any weapon against this guy, it heals him. Even Flash Stopper. So you have to use Bubble Lead. Thankfully you have enough, you should have enough ammo for it. You only need half the amount of Bubble Leads you have to kill him if you don't miss a shot. One thing I find really weird is Mega Man 1 had a separate boss theme for Wily boss battles, but here it's always the same boss music. And then in Mega Man 3 they brought it back. And it was that way for the longest time until like Mega Man 9 did the same thing as Mega Man 2. I like how the guy just kind of moves around. There's no... He's like... I don't know why you call those. His torso vents are animated. Well, that was stupid. But he doesn't move himself. How many lives do I have? Damn. Well, now I have to reset because I don't have enough ammo. It's fine, I don't need the E-tanks for the fight, but it's kind of annoying. I guess that's why they made this deal so much damage. Never mind, I thought they took a quarter of your health, but they kill me in 3 hits. I like that little pose Mega Man does when teleporting. Okay, just one more. Alrighty. I like how you can still go to... I feel like if you go to a stage select, you might have to redo the Wily stages. I could be wrong, but... I'm just gonna continue because I have no reason not to. You can, I think you can just keep walking and not get hit by these. Sometimes I still prefer to stop just in case. Yeah, you're fine if you can keep going like that. Let's not mess it up this time. I like how it just kind of shoots the projectile from his head. Maybe it's like an I-beam. I'm just gonna take it slowly and not risk it. If this was the NES game, I could get like 2 bubbles at a time, but you cannot mash it as much here, which is kind of lame. It's okay, half of it is already done. All you really gotta do to avoid it is just keep moving around. It's pretty, like, yeah, there's the shock factor, like, whoa, Wily's an alien, but besides that, there's a very anticlimactic final fight. In general, these boss fights were pretty simple, like, even if they're kind of annoying to deal with, it's always just like Wily shooting a single type of projectile. Took a while until they made them more interesting. Oh no, it was just a hologram the whole time. It's like a weird twist. They never pulled anything like it again, which I guess would make this one not so special. but then they still make Wily the same villain every time. And now he gives up. I'm not a fan of this Megaman sprite. I thought the original games also looked pretty stubby, but I don't like his face. The way it's shaded looks like he's old. It's also, this credit sequence is very weird. Like, it looks like it's being dramatic, but what is really happening is just Megaman going home. And somehow it shows like all these different weathers. Is it just to be neat, or is it implying that this is what Megaman is going through just walking from the castle home? At least 4 did it kind of okay. 5 was also kind of interesting, like, whoa, your friend betrayed you. But 6 was just kind of stupid. Like, it felt like they were aware, like, okay, obviously it's Wily this time. That makes me bring up another point. If you ever played Mega Man 8-bit Deathmatch, you know that game introduces Mr. X as an actual character in the universe. And that's something I genuinely want to agree with, like, that it's a canon thing. It's not confirmed, but I still like to think it's canon. And my friends always try to say that's bullshit, that Mr. X is just fake, but think about this. How would people trust this random ass guy that just showed up to make like a fighting tournament between robots and stuff? I like to think that Wily must have kidnapped the actual Mr. X and dressed up as him and convinced people that it was him. Because there's no way people just went, oh, this guy's so legit, we should go to his fighting tournament or whatever. That's good to know. There's always a credit I always wait to see whenever I play this game. I'm gonna see if it's in this version too. I'm pretty sure it is. Fishman! There he is! I love old games and weird credits like that. This is like a Twitter account dedicated to it. Not many people follow it, but it's pretty good. There's one I remember in Mega Man 7 where it's just called like 2-meter 50-centimeter man. That's one of the credits of Mega Man 7. And there were like other ones too that I liked. Now it's on to Mega Man 3. Here they also changed the sprites slightly, which I do appreciate. His head was more like just a stage select head, but here it's a new one that it's tilted and matches the body. Oh, that's a shame. I did hear about the cancellation. I didn't know it was like that in Mega Man 4 specifically. I'm just gonna leave this play for a moment. Never mind, doesn't sound as good as I thought. Okay. I think, yeah, let's just go top first. I can confidently kill Shadow Man Buster only in the NES version. I don't know if so much in this one. There's more of a background here. I'm surprised they didn't do like the unused background from the NES game. If you ever seen that, it was like a bunch of towers. Also, finally, we get to slide! I never really cared for like the charge shot in Mega Man. And sometimes I still use it, I think it helps with boss fights and stuff. But the slide is always good. it adds more mobility and more opportunities for interesting level design and boss fights. It's a good move. Big Island. Oh! Okay, yeah. I almost never pay attention to Sonic 1 credits because I'm always focused on holding the button down so that Sonic dies to shit he shouldn't. Because the AI, the demo is set to like do certain moves, but then he cannot jump, so he just kind of does dumb stuff. Here's Garfield. I believe if you try to jump into the boss, you die instantly. And right there, it shot like yarn balls. I think they're supposed to represent. You can shoot those. Here I'm gonna let them go off screen so I can show off its other attack. Fleas! Oh yeah, the GBA version of Sonic 1 is another can of beans. One day I should try that for shits and giggles to see if I can get through it. These tops are really shiny for some reason. And I missed my jump. I never tried the Master System games. I probably should. The Sonic game, only Sonic games I played are Sonic 1, 2, 3 and Knuckles, CD, 3D Blast, Mania obviously, and Chaotix. And I'm gonna say this right now, out of those games, I think Knuckles Chaotix is the worst game. Some people are probably gonna get mad at me for that, but I think it's like so painfully boring and just not fun. I actually hate it. It's got the same issues as Sonic CD but amplified. Like, hey, let's take Sonic and add this one gimmick that changes how you play the whole game and how it's designed. People like to say like at least Chaotix has good graphics and music, but I don't know. Like, the visuals are usually good, but sometimes they're like way too vibrant. It kind of, I imagine on like a CRT or something maybe looks better, or maybe even worse. But I don't know. And the music, I like some of the tracks, but mostly I honestly think it gets very repetitive. It doesn't help that you play 5 acts of everything. It would have been nice if it was just like Sonic 3 where it has 2 or 3 acts with different arrangements. That would have been awesome. But unfortunately not. I have a dream that if we get the Sonic Mania 2, if it has to reuse stages, it should reuse ones from other Sonic games, like from Chaotix, 3D Blast, the Master System games, maybe like Spinball, and make them 2D stages. It would be sick. Like, I would love Chaotix's Midnight Greenhouse remade into like a competent 2D Sonic stage. Because I think that one has like my favorite track in the game. People talk about Door into Summer, but I love Midnight Greenhouse a little more. Honestly, it looks really awkward even for multiplayer. Again, like, even if you play with a buddy, it doesn't change the fact that the mechanic just breaks the pace of the game. The fact that it makes the spin dash so bad, and that the level design is just very lame. The best thing I can say about it is it's got a decent special stage. Like, it's pretty cool. I could never beat all of them though. And like, the ending when you don't get every Chaos Ring is pretty memorable. I don't know if it's for the right reasons, but it is. That enemy you just saw is supposed to be Shotman Mark II. And if you remember the shotmen for the previous game, they look like nothing alike. Nor do they behave similarly. What's that? Well, it's Boredom Man. Oh, no, it's supposed to be Breakman, but he still has his normal face showing up. And look at this! Mega Man gets this entirely new sprite, but he looks the same. I don't get why they did that. When he gets far away from you, he just kind of walks instead of jumping and shooting. This is not very hard. Also, I imagine the intention was like there's lava here, but the way this game colors it makes it look way too much like blood. Like it's so red. I do like this gimmick of turning the background to like space like that so you don't see the platforms. There's also this cute grenade guy. Not Grenade Man, that's another character. Evening Star is pretty good actually, now that I think about it. I kind of forgot how it sounds. Aren't there like 4 songs that follow the same leitmotif? I do enjoy those. Plus I got so used to Mega Man 1 and 2 I forgot I can slide and have fun. Oh yeah, here's a small improvement this game does for top spin. It doesn't knock you back, it just goes through the enemies it kills. Yeah, that is kinda neat. But it like changes so little that you don't really notice it. It doesn't help that the game has like 4 badniks or whatever. I could be wrong, but I feel like it has like just 4 unique badniks. At least one of them was salvaged for Sonic Mania and Press Garden Act 2. A thing I also notice about Chaotix that I find weird, it has a lot of elevators. Like just a place where you go and transports to another part of the stage. I'm confident in saying that almost every zone had its own elevator. And we've got Shadow Blade. And Rush Marine, which I'm not gonna use often. There's like 2 water stages in the game. I might be wrong, but I feel like that's the case. I can see that. I haven't tried, like I said, I haven't tried the Max System ones, but I also haven't tried Advance. I'm kind of interested in that. Mania is definitely my favorite. 3 and Knuckles is my second favorite. Besides that, I just find the ones I tried alright. 3D Blast was very weird. I was able to beat it. I think I beat the original while I have also played the remake, the director's cut version. The director's cut is definitely better, although that doesn't make it great. It's very weird, like, it's not the type of game you would come back to. I certainly won't for the longest time. And besides that, I think Sonic 1's very average, though still neat. And Sonic 2 has like a good first half and an awful second half. I like this enemy because it's like a big version of the Gabiole enemy from the previous game, where it like does the spring animation when it hits you by contact. Yeah. Flicky's Island. I also think it's funny that there's another separate game just called Sonic Blast. How did I fall through that? This hitbox is very weird in comparison to the sprite. Because I always try to land to the edge of a Ryoku block, and I just end up walking off. In the NES game, if you sit like on this block here, the magnet doesn't affect you, but here I have to keep it in mind. Oh man. Again, this sprite can be confusing when doing platforming. I got impatient. I could have probably made that. Yeah, I can. I also like these batteries that say R and W on them. It's for right and Wily, because they like worked together. And the plot of this game would tell you that if it had an intro cutscene. But of course that never came to happen. Well, again I tried to land at the edge and the sprite confuses me. Also there's there's the classic noise. Can I just use Rush Coil here? I wish I had Rush Jet just to skip this section because it's annoying in this version. Okay, I can do that here at least. Crisis averted. Wait, it's not? I thought it was, at least like in Japan, because Yoku just means like disappearing, doesn't it? Or maybe people just find it cooler. I don't know, I just kind of got used to it. I think it's simpler to say than disappearing every time. Also, Shadow Blade goes through enemies it kills. Believe it or not, that wasn't a thing in the original. But it feels slower and shorter in range. Magnet Man, interestingly enough, is weak to two weapons. Shadow Blade and Spark Shock. Both of them kill him in 4 hits. Speaking of which, Spark Shock is genuinely my most hated weapon in the entire series, and I will get to why. Appearing block, okay. And I assume that doesn't translate to Ryoku. Yeah. This game is also weird. It has like 2 weaknesses, 2 weakness chains. Like you have 3 robot masters that are weak to their respective weapons, and then the other 5 are weak to theirs. It's kind of weird. Though you can still find some weapons that do more damage than the Buster, so you don't have to stick to that. Anyway, these bees I can kill with almost, well, 2 shots, but like you could potentially kill them with 1 shot of Shadow Blade here. In the original you would have to fire 5 of them. You can also, although what you can do in the original, because you're much faster and your shot is faster, is shoot the big bee itself and kill it with the Shadow Blade. Also here you got like bear traps. And here introduces the Hammer Joe. Okay, I can confidently say this has shorter range in this game, because normally you would be able to kill it from here. It also has some sections which teach you about Rush Coil, which I can understand. I completely glossed over that this game introduces Rush, which is cool. Also in this game you can have more than just 4 E-tanks, and after death you keep your tanks. I like these guys, they're called Mon Kings, I think they are. And they just die from 1 top spin. interesting thing about top spin, how it works is either it kills an enemy instantly or it doesn't do any damage. That's basically its rule. But at least that's how you know what it works on and what it doesn't. Except for like the few bosses that are weak to it, those you do have to hit multiple times, like Shadow Man. If you go up here, you get an easy E-tank. There's like no reason not to go up here. There's that little bit of health, but if you really want it, you can like get the E-tank, head back, and then follow the other path. Now we get to a Portal-Man fight that's slightly harder because of the elevated platform. But even then, at least in the NES game, you should be able to like jump over him like that, but it's not working for me. At least you can sit here. Sometimes. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Okay, now jumping over worked. It feels less consistent here, but I could be wrong. At least you get health here. One thing I love is one person called this enemy Fat Proto-Man. It was a guy called like Nico in a YouTube channel called Snupsters. I think that's what it is. They did like this parody quote-unquote VHS tape of a guy to this game and called him Fat Proto-Man. And if you don't know that, I forget what it's called, but you should look up like Mega Man 2 VHS guide or something because it's pretty funny. Well, actually, it's not that funny unless you're familiar with the game, but basically, it gives you some... It calls characters by like wrong names and sometimes gives wrong tips. Or either that it was a manual that gave kind of wrong tips. There was a manual called like Mega Man 2 Worlds of Power. It was not a manual, it was like a book. There was like Worlds of Power books for different games. One of them was for Mega Man 2. You can find a PDF of it online, I believe, if you look it up. And if you're familiar with Mega Man 2, it's pretty funny. Because it just does something... It mentions something's wrong, like the robot weaknesses. Like it says Mega Man uses Metal Blade on Airman. But Airman is immune to the Metal Blade. But also it has this weird plot thing where it tries to say that light created life. Like Mega Man's a robot, right? But in parts of the fucking story suggest that he's become human. And I don't get how that works. But it's pretty funny. And try to go. And Sparkman has like different colors here. I never understood why that is. Let's see here. I think this is a decent arrangement. It's not as good as the original, but it's not horrible. These guys shoot their projectile much faster than in the original game. I like that it always introduces the Hammer Joe in such a way that doesn't hit you when you get to it. It's pretty good level design, if you ask me. I think these platforms are interesting. It always bothered me that here it goes like past the ceiling and into the ladder. It's a little nitpick. I'll take that health. Also, everything in the menu is blue for some reason. That was not the case in the original game, so I don't know what palette limitation there are in this Genesis version. If I understand right, this game was not developed by like Capcom themselves in-house. It was like some other team. So that's probably why also the music arrangements aren't perfect. What weapon do I... Oh well, I'm full on everything. I like the nuts and bolts. Also, this background is neat. It adds a little more than what there was before. Can just ignore that one. Sparkman's also weak to the Shadow Blade because why not? Looks so weird in this. He does like in his artwork he has skin, like his face has skin. In the NES game, his face is just kind of blacked out. But also, he wasn't supposed to have gray, I don't think. I might be misremembering. Maybe his artwork does have gray in it, but at least in the NES game, he did not have that. And now we got my most hated weapon in the series. I'll try to explain how it works. Remember Ice Slasher and Mega Man 1? It froze enemies and you could like use other weapons to fight those frozen enemies or get past them. That was pretty neat, right? And how you went past enemies meant you could get multiple enemies with one shot. Oh, if only this weapon was that convenient. It's... So what you do with Spark Shock is you shoot it, you freeze an enemy, and that's it. You can fire one more shot and freeze one more enemy, but that's the maximum amount you can do. But also, because of how Mega Man 3 works, when an enemy is frozen by Spark Shock, it counts as the projectile still being on screen, so you cannot switch weapons and use another to destroy that enemy. I bet like in theory if you could, they would also make the projectile go away and they would stop being frozen. Now that's pretty annoying, but also like they don't deal damage, they just freeze enemies. And if an enemy is frozen and another enemy collides with the frozen enemy, that enemy will freeze, but the other one, the previous one, will become unfrozen. I bet they probably thought it was like a really cool concept, but it just makes it more annoying. Anyway, this is Needleman stage. He has those hedgehogs that shoot needles, these needles that come here. They're pretty slow compared to the NES game. I was never a fan of Needleman's music to begin with, but this arrangement is especially forgettable. Fun fact about those, these maces or whatever. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, that's different in this game. In the original, you could destroy those using Shadow Blade and the Magnet Missile, or at least one of those. I'm pretty sure Magnet Missile destroyed them, but here you can't. They just bounce off. And there's Fat Proto Man again. Almost every enemy has like a name, but I don't know them. I know some of them. I like to use Shadow Blade in this fight because it's not his true weakness, but it does a little more than the Buster. And I find it more convenient to use than his actual weakness, which is Gemini Laser. That kills him in like 4 hits, but it's so annoying to aim. And also, it's like slow, and you cannot pause during the game to do while the projectile's on screen to switch weapons. And also, you cannot fire more than one on screen. But there we go. That's my personal strategy against Needleman. Though fighting him busting only is usually fine since you can attack him from afar, and if you have good reflexes and keep moving, you can dodge his stuff usually. I don't know why it takes so long to get to the weapon screen. It's not that bad in the NES game. At least it's got a cool transition to like when he gets a new weapon here. In the original game, it didn't flash white and have the sound effect to accompany it. Now here's a weapon. Needleman's weapon is the one that's not great, but I'm still gonna use more than you'd expect. All it is essentially just turbo fire. But I need that in this game because I cannot mash the buster as much. And also here it goes through the enemies it kills, which is pretty convenient. And of course it's a weakness to some bosses. Though I don't think it's like a weakness to any particular enemy. He's a big snake. I like how he has these platforms to make it trickier, but never when you fight this mini boss are you forced to be on them. You can just like shoot him from afar. Also, these snakeheads usually would shoot one projectile at a time, but here they shoot two. You also have a lot of health here. It's like they expected you to be that bad at the mini boss or something. I like these pogo guys. I don't know if it's not a pogo, I don't know what to call it. This is also a weird arrangement. I recommend taking the left route because on the right, this game introduces a thing that never comes back, and it's understandable why. These are question tanks. I'm not sure that's the actual name, I think it is, but if you shoot these, they give you a random item. There might be a rare chance that they give a 1-up or even E-tank. I think I'm wrong about that, but I'm not sure. But usually they just give like health and weapon ammo. And it's pretty random whether you get like a big one or a small one. They're not very good. They were basically replaced by Eddie in Mega Man 4 through 6, and it gives you like usually useful items. And usually there's even a trick to like make him respawn until he gives you an item you'd want. You have these platforms. In the NES game, if you stood at like a weird spot on the pillars, you would... oh damn it. You would actually have a chance of like getting pushed off and dying. It's pretty annoying. In the NES game, you can also like slide under these guys like this, but it was a lot more tight to do. Also, that enemy only shows up once in the stage. Like, not just at one section, just once. But it does show up in other stages later on. I keep trying to go to the edge, but my sprite is like giving me a false impression of what the edge is. Okay, yeah, it's like the middle of my body. That's where my edge is. You also have these guys, which when revealed, they're bullet bills. I'm sure they're called something else, but I don't know what, so I just call them bullet bills. And I'm sure I'm not the first to do that. This fight is not too bad busting only, but I'm just gonna use needle cannon because why not? You can also like just barely shoot his surge snakes and destroy them, but it's usually pretty hard to. Like it's hard to just hit them at all. But I know they take, I think, like 2 hits. I say I know and then follow it up with I think. Surge Snake is a weird weapon. I don't know how this was the first thing they thought of when they thought of like a snake weapon. Oh god! Holy shit, there's like a storm outside. You know my mom is outside, I hope she's gonna be fine. She didn't get an umbrella with her. Now I'm kinda concerned. Well, anyway, Gemini Man's the last one. This guy's a character I find only cool when it's like drawn in fan art. Also, whenever I play this stage, I'm forced to mention there's unused content in the game showing off that there was supposed to be a big planet in the background. I don't know if it's like in the Wily-wars game or it's in the NES game. Jesus Christ! I hope this doesn't last too long, because this is kind of scary. I really wish my mic could ignore it, but I guess you have to live it with me. That is, I don't know if anybody else is like viewing at this point in time. But who knows, maybe somebody's gonna check like this archive stream and be like, hey, you're talking to yourself, idiot. But hey, you gotta make at least some interesting commentary. Actually, I should upload this to YouTube. I should do that like whenever I make a stream. I'm just gonna upload them to YouTube for people to see because why not? Why the fuck not? I wish I had like some kind of setup to record the chat as well. I should probably try to do that. Like I'm sure OBS can do it. Or I can put multiple things on screen. Anyway, this Gemini Man stage, it's kind of bizarre. It's got these eggs and releases like these frog babies. I'm sure there's a better name for them, I don't know what it is, so I just call them frog babies. I always love doing that jump. And then there's this mini boss, which from what I know is like based on some kind of Japanese toy. Also, think about this theme that I have to mention. A friend obsessively says it sounds like Spider-Man's theme. I don't know where he hears that. Like how he tries to sing along with it like Spider-Man, Spider-Man. But it's just wrong. It's not what it sounds like. Oh man. Here's Rush Marine. For some reason, this version of the game in Wily-wars, it shoots one shot. Also, you can jump out. In the original game, you could bounce around with Rush Marine on the ground, but here it just teleports you out, which is kind of annoying. I'll just let myself get hit there. And platform my way. And there's another easy E-tank, I don't know why. I like its landing noise. He's weak to Search Snake. He shoots every time you jump. And once you deal enough damage, one of them is remain and shoots Gemini lasers. His signature weapon. It's really nothing special. It just slows down the game. I almost died despite saying that. Oh my god. Why did I have to thunderstorm just when I start streaming for like the first time in a while? I had voice chats just fine with no storm. Now it's like, oh, you wanna have fun? You wanna use your voice for the first time in so long in a recording? No. Oh boy, here's the Dark Robot stages. This is what turns off everybody playing this game. Because they are just so unfair. And gives a question mark when you select one. So now you have to play these stages again, but with slightly different design. Come here. At least that's like an interesting concept, it's just not well executed. Needleman's especially bad. But also, I hate fighting the Dark Robots themselves. Pretty much all of them can kill you in 3 hits. Even Mega Man 1 and 2 had some instances of this, but here's like all of them can do it. I'm pretty sure like there's ways to negate that, but at least most of them can kill you in 3 hits, either through contact damage or the projectile they throw. It's the one good thing I can say about them is they each of them has 2 weaknesses, though most of the time only one of them is worth using. I want that health. And you have to fight 2 of them in each stage. Like right now, if I were to die at this boss, I would be spawned before. The checkpoint, I would be spawned in the beginning. The checkpoint is only afterwards. Here's Metal Man. Oh god. At least I like this weakness because oh, this sucks. I was gonna say I like this weakness because every time you shoot, Metal Man jumps, so it would automatically track him. But for some reason, in this game, the magnet missile not only is slower, well, I do know one reason. It's slower because it uses an unused diagonal frame that was in the code of the original game. But by extension, this makes it turn way slower. But also, it tracks projectiles that it cannot interact with. It did that with the metal blade there. That it doesn't do that in the NES version. I don't know why it does that. Yeah. I like magnet missile, though it consumes ammo very quickly. It's usually pretty powerful, and the way it aims is pretty darn good. Like, it's a pretty solid weapon. And if you don't know already, the Dark Robots are just the Mega Man 2 Robot Masters, but they're made more awkward. In Wily-Wars at least they're somewhat similar, but in the NES game, it's like in this new engine, so they kind of play differently, on top of the fact that they deal so much damage. I think, you look at that. You can use Gemini Laser here, but I prefer to use Surge Snake. Let's save. You can barely tell that's defeated. Normally it would like black out, but now it just makes it like darker. The order in which you do these doesn't matter, I just kind of do them randomly. I'm gonna do this one because I want to get rid of it. I hate the stage. And I'll let you know why. This background's neat at least. Christ. That's not gonna stop anytime soon, is it? Some people might not like these parts because they force you to use weapons, but I kind of like that because at least now they know that you definitely have weapons ready for this. I'm gonna just take that E-tank. Rush Jet in this game is incredible. You can go around him like this. You can control him anywhere. In later games they make it so he always goes forward, like where you spawn him. But here you can control him anywhere. And even better, if you keep jumping, it uses less energy. It only uses energy as long as you are riding him. Here's Airman. I like the Dock Robots as a concept. I think they're cool. It's just they're executed so badly. It's weak to Spark Shock. I'm fine with that. This is the section that sucks ass. The reason they give you that energy there is because if you don't know what you're doing, you might die. You also have these enemies to farm. And why farm exactly? Well, because you have to use Rush Jet here, and items don't respawn. So yeah, it's very annoying. It has some on the way, but still, it's just very annoying. Also, I like doing that, jumping on like a platform and Rush just follows me. I'm not gonna stay to take that one. You can also stay up high if you want, but I prefer low, because then I don't get hit by the parachute dudes. This mini boss shows up, which is kinda neat. Normally in the NES game it would be hidden behind the tiles and you would see like slowly come up and the background would be like pure black. But here you just kinda see it come through the ground, which is lame. But also in the original game, well, not in both games, when you first play Needleman stage you can see these pieces of the foreground where the boss would be, which is kind of interesting. It's also got this weird red, like, it's like a dark magenta instead of red. Also the Mets have, their crosses are green. That's how it's normally in the artwork, but in the NES sprites it would just be black. Despite that, the big ones are red. I don't know what's up with that exactly. Here's Crashman. You can use Hard Knuckle and I think Top Spin? Yeah, I prefer Top Spin because it's easier to hit him with. I'm gonna try to get the Dark Robot stages out of the way as quickly as possible because these are just not fun. Legit, I can't blame you if you play this game, like if you replay it, and after beating the Robot Master stages, you just input a password to get past them, because they're just not fun. Nobody remembers this game for the Dark Robot stages, or if they do, it's because they hated them. These guys are golden now, instead of blue, and so is their fire. And you also have the little bugs to accompany you. I kinda like this gradient effect coming from the platforms. I guess it's like a reflection. Rockman doesn't show up again, because why would he? He already destroyed that. I forgot to mention earlier, but these egg things are amazing for farming. There's often a chance that they'll give you good items. And also, needle cannon in this game, because it goes through enemies it kills, just destroys these. Like, look at that, I fired one and it got all of those. I'm gonna try to fire one up there. Like that. Look at that, one up. And these things respawn if you go to another screen, so you can farm if you want in like the original Gemini Man stage. I don't know if I can in the Dark Robot version. Here comes Flashman. I hate this one. I hate the Dark Robot version. You have to like kill him as quickly as possible. And conveniently enough, the needle cannon is his weakness. Just sticks to you like a leech. And here you have to use Rush Coil. I doubt like any normal person would do this, but should you run out of energy for Rush Coil and Rush Chet, you would just be stuck here and would have to reset the game. Because there's no way to die, there's no timer. And there's no way to like jump out normally. So yeah, beware of that if you ever somehow make that mistake. Some later... Wait, hold on. Okay, you can still do that. Also, that enemy just kind of went away. In later games, they make it so you physically cannot use Rush Jet underwater, so you're forced to use Rush Marine, which is kind of stupid. Like, the only reason you use Rush Marine is so you don't use up energy of Rush Jet. At least in Megaman 4, you can fire 3 shots as Rush Marine, and while you can only fire 2 as like a Rush Jet. And also you control it more like Rush Jet in this game. You're not forced to go forward like you are with Rush Jet in later games. So I guess there's that, but still, it's really not that worth it. It's starting... Hold on a minute. Okay, Storm has gotten so bad I had to go close the windows. Why am I using Rush Jet? Anyway, let's get on with this. Here's Bubble Man, coupled with spikes and everything. But just like you might make the comparison between Metal Blade and Shadow Blade, because they're both blades that you aim in multiple directions that make a loud noise. Well, he's weak to that. And some other weakness, I don't remember what it is, because I just always stick to Shadow Blade. And now the last one, which shouldn't be too bad. I got rid of the more annoying ones. But they thought, hey, why not add spikes? Sparkman kinda did that too, like, let's add a shit ton of spikes where there weren't before. You have to be careful there not to fall, like, do not hug the wall. And the normal Proto Man got replaced by Fat Proto Man. These platforms look weirdly different in this. And you are also able to jump off of them before their animation is triggered. But there it is, just so you know. What boss have I think the last one is Heat, but this one I don't remember right now. Oh yeah, Woodman. Gotta use Needle. That's so hard to dodge, because it's made bigger than Woodman's normal leaf shield due to how big the Dock robot is. It's awful. And also the way the game slows down and then starts to speed up again just as like it leaves the screen. It's really annoying, but I did it. I don't like this arrange that much, but I like the space. Usually when the average person will compliment the Genesis for its bass. Though I don't know, the Super Nintendo kinda did a good job of that too when it wanted to. This background is noticeably brighter than the original. Like he uses purple. You have these pipes. Topspin's very good for this, especially in this version of the game where you don't get knocked back. Yeah, I'll use Shadow Blade against this, and also the boss. Heat, I think, is weak against both Shadow Blade and Topspin. But it's much better to use Shadow Blade because, well, with Topspin, you cannot hit him more than once at a time. So it's really annoying. And it's not like it does more damage than the Shadow Blade or anything like that. Oh, the slowdown. And that's every Dark Robot done. Fuck these guys. They are not fun to fight. I like their designs, but man, they're not fun. And now it's Brickman, and his scarf is going out of the border. Fun fact about this version of, well, first of all, yeah, it's the same fight as the Proto Man one. It's really nothing special. But for whatever reason, they decided that this form is immune to every weapon. It wasn't like weak to anything before, but yeah, now you just cannot use anything on him besides the Buster. It also has like the boss music playing like it's some serious shit. I don't know why this is taking place in Hardman stage. And still takes about as many hits as the original, probably the same amount. It doesn't really matter, like you don't have to perform well. You can just keep doing this and eventually goes away and then you just move out. In Mega Man 3 on NES you would like teleport right away, but Mega Man feels the need to wait so long. And Japanese. I wonder what IBN stands for on that machine. Look at the tiny castle. And there's Wily wiggling his eyebrows in his fancy capsule that has his logo on it. And this has his logo on it. Now here's something that really bothers me. You heard that Wily Castle intro? In Mega Man 3 it would only repeat once, and here they felt the need to repeat it more. But that's not the worst part. In the original game, it's actually supposed to be a way longer tune that essentially goes unused because the game cuts off before it could play fully. And they could have used that opportunity to play it here, but they don't. Instead they make it drag out or drag on. Also, I remember this. I would always get tricked by this part thinking it's foreground that you can walk on, but you have to jump. Fun fact about this enemy, at least in the NES game, it's not programmed to work like underwater specifically. It's essentially like it's flying. I found that out thanks to like a ROM hack where they would just be put outside of the water and still have that function. I have holy shit, 9 lives. I believe, I don't know if it's possible, let me check. I know in the NES versions of, oh well now I can't anymore. In the NES versions of Mega Man 1, 2 and 3, you can get more than 9 lives. Or technically 10 because it counts the 001 as well. But yeah, you can get up to 99 lives. And I actually tried that in Mega Man 3. I tried to see what the limit was. I farmed in Gemini Man stage. And yeah, the limit is 99. And from what I've been told, the same case is with 1, 2 and 3. Also interesting how Hard Knuckle is the one that destroys walls here. I don't even... Did they ever bring back destroyable walls again? I don't think they have. It's only like a thing in 2 and 3. I'm not gonna bother with most of these guys. I'm gonna bother with him if I can time this right. I like that they die from a single shot of this. But that is if I... Can I get it from all the way here? Damn it. You could do that in the NES game, but his idle goes on for too long. Or his shielded phase is not really idle. I should also note this thing. Remember that section I mentioned, Needleman, where you have to use Rush Jet? If you pause the game, Rush Jet goes away. So you better keep that in mind when you play that. It's the case in both games, I'm pretty sure. Also, because I'm playing the Japanese version, it has this one slightly different layout, which is kind of weird. I think this is one of those Mega Man games where between Wily stages you keep the same ammo, so I'm gonna try to replenish them whenever I can. This boss is a joke. Even with the Buster, but it's even easier with Topspin. It throws these turtles, and you just spin into them, and that's it. He has these winds that just push you. They're not like actual projectiles, and that didn't even work because I just stood there. Yeah. I also am not a fan of that boss music arrangement. Notice how this castle has two right hands? Or maybe that's just me. Wait, wouldn't... I'm pretty sure in the NES game it would spawn you on top of the platforms. I also find this arrangement kind of lame. I like the original song, but in the wily-wars versions, not very great. Yeah, I'm gonna get top spin ammo. This is one part where I wish you could aim this thing diagonally down. And here, just use Rush Jet. Casual stroll through 3 tanks. And we're already at the boss. This boss is really annoying in both versions. It's another yellow devil. But it has like this extra attack where, at least in the NES game, it has a fucked up hitbox. Like it does not match his, like visually. And look how much it slows down. I don't think you can do it in this game, but it has this weird quirk, unlike the original, like Mega Man 1 fight, where when it's doing this animation, like where the blocks separate, you can sit where the devil sprite is and not get hurt. At least until the block separates and hits you. I think this guy is also weak to like hard knuckle, but it's a lot harder to fire fast. But you know what, I cannot spam Shadow Blade as much in this game because how slow it is, so I'll just do this. Oh man, I was hoping. This is the attack. I hate it in the NES game so much. At least you're immediately allowed to like shoot him again. I'll see if I can get 2 hard knuckles in. I really hope. He doesn't have invincibility frames, but in this game, in Wily-Wars, it's like impossible to attack fast. Got him. And now it does this shit. I avoided it. Yeah, I think its hitbox is better in this game. It is technically avoidable in the original, it's just very hard. And even in the original, it slows down the game. Yeah, the mole hands look like they're 2 right hands because the same sprite were used. But I guess you could pass it off as them being fine. This track is my favorite in Mega Man 3, but here they kind of butchered it. Hold on. Oh man, the storm outside is so hard, my phone just had to announce me about it. I really hope mom is fine. Because she did go outside, but she should get the announcement as well from like the phone. Anyway, here's Shotman 2 again. Another easy E-tank. I don't know why this game just kind of does that. It's pretty rushed. No pun intended. If you make that jump, you can get that one up. Like that. Oh, I'll take that. There's like one situation where Spark Shock is decent, except I mistimed it. God damn it. I wanted to just dodge it. Okay, there we go. These are neat. Can I jump through them slightly? Like only from like the side. I don't know if that was in the original actually. I feel like that's changed here slightly. Okay, let's see if I do want these. Fuck it, I'm gonna destroy this and find out. Not bad. This boss I'm not a fan of. It's like the copy robot, but also... Oh well, you get to find out really early which one it is in this. Oh, but it doesn't die instantly from the top spin, damn. Yeah, before you couldn't just find out so preemptively where the fake one was. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh wow, I got protected? Oh, come on. Give it to me. Okay, if I'm here, at least I can easily fall down. Oh, come on, I guessed wrong? Okay, there we go, goddamn. It feels like it's always made purposely too, like, annoying to get the right one. In the original game, they had no invincibility frames. So with top spin, you could just murder it. You know, I bet that when this stream is done and I'm gonna watch the quote, I'm gonna hate my voice. But at least I'm having fun. And it's not like something I can change. I cannot just gain a different voice all of a sudden. Hey man. I'm basically soon done with this, with Mega Man 3, and then we can finally get into the meat of the game, even though it's like not as long. I wonder if I can freeze. Hey, there's a strategy. I feel smart. There's a use for Spark Shock, kind of. Fun little fact about this game. Every character is weak to their own weapon. Every Robot Master. It's not like Metal Man where they die in 2 hits, but they just take normal boss damage, like normal weakness damage. So I'm gonna do that right here. Yeah, see, it does 4 points of damage. This is genuinely the best weakness for Needle Man because it's not as slow as Gemini Man, nor does it have the range of well, Shadow Blaze on his weakness, but it does 2 damage, so I always use that when fighting him for the first time. I'm still gonna use Spark Shock against Metal Man, Magna Man, not Metal, because it's I'm not really gonna use this too much. So yeah, I find it pretty convenient for the rematches to use their own weapons like this. Except Gemini, I'm just gonna use Search Snake. I like the way it's labeled exit there. Hardman, I am gonna use Magnet Missile like normally, but again, this game does this thing where Magnet Missile follows projectiles, and it's really annoying trying to time it right. I honestly believe when it comes to like fighting Buster only, Slashman is the worst. Because it's just so random and bullshit. I'm just gonna use Buster here. I do like this little spark animation added to Topman's spin. His roller skates are also green. I can't even remember if they were that in the artwork. Also, I mentioned earlier, like some Robot Masters take 1 damage from the Buster when they should have taken more. Topman isn't like that. He still takes 2. I don't know, Shadowman, like it's not exactly fair, but I feel like I can do it much more consistently than Slashman. It's just like you gotta have quick reflexes. Or at least like hope for the best. Yeah. I gotta say respect for doing that to begin with. I'm sure there's like a consistent way to do it, but I tried doing like Robot Masters in 9 and 10 busting only. I could do most of them. Plugman I did like once, I never managed again. And Solar Man I never managed at all. Solar Man's so hard busting only. I also never got to play Mega Man 11. I hope I can try that eventually. Gotta love that door opening and closing sounding like a fart. I hate this arrangement, it's so bad. The original track was like more intimidating or whatever, but here it just sounds like some weird carnival music. Yeah, it is pretty hard to react to. There's a background here once again. I just thought this machine is bizarre. It's like it's got these snail eyes. I also, even though this logic would break a lot of things in these games, I always think about how stupid this would be in a 3D environment. Like those needle things would not be as useful. Or rather like nails. I just prefer using Rush Jet to fight him. I mean, look, it's actually effective. And why do you survive that fall somehow? Oh no, it's a fake! Can you believe it? And Megaman just heads out. Now there's 2 skulls. Dun dun dun. This probably blew some kid's mind back in 1990, whatever this game got made. Let's get... How many things do I have? Yeah, I think that's enough. Now you'd think, if you know the story of the game, you know about Gamma, this big ass robot, and you think, oh man, it's gonna make for such an awesome battle. And this is what you get. A repurposed Shotman as like the first phase. That just goes map 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 map. At least you can only use like special weapons there, as far as I'm aware. And same thing here. You can use either Snake, you can just like barely get it in, or you can use Top Spin, but I feel like it doesn't instantly kill in this one. It might still do it, but I usually prefer the NES version. It's very tight because you can't just do it at the peak of your jump because it goes off screen. I can't believe I made it back there. Oh, come on. The slowdown doesn't help. Oh, come on! Okay, let's use Top Spin for like the last hit. Also, when you do this in both games, be sure you're mashing the thing, because you just get hit at first. Or I guess not in this version. And here's the stupid part. Blue Proto Man! In the NES game, it had its own unique sprite that looked cool and mysterious, and here is just Blue Proto Man with blue skin. And there's the credits. I think it's here it says like Dr. Wright's Robot Masters. And it mentions the one from Megaman 1, because Megaman 1 wasn't good enough to have credits explaining the Robot Masters. I appreciate that this game did make like portraits for the Megaman 1 Robot Masters, because they didn't have ones. The NES version of Megaman 3 gave them some, but they were still kinda lazily made. That Megaman portrait is weird, and that Proto Man one a little bit. And then you can just barely see the Wily capsule landing on that giant tree. God. And of course you don't get to hear the whole ending music. Shoutouts to these cool people, made these cool characters. Why do only... Oh, never mind. I thought they did their poses, but it's just like one sprite. It doesn't do the animation. I could have sworn it did that in the NES game, but I could be wrong. This is also a very weird arrangement. It feels like it's not in the right key. ZZ. Bon Bon. Bamboo. Presented by Capcom. And it immediately puts you to the menu where you are able to now select Wily Tower, the original content that comes with the game after you beat all 3 games. You don't have to beat them in any particular order, I just like going from 1 to 3 like that. So without further ado, let's do that. It's gonna be Japanese here again, but I believe Wily says something like, I have 3 more robots made specifically to turn you into a piece of metal, or something like that. And here we have the not so cleverly named Genesis unit, which are based on Journey to the West, I believe. Like the way their designs. You have like the Monkey King, the Kappa. I used to think Megawater S was based on like a plant, but no, it's like this Kappa creature. And Hyperstorm Major is just a giant pig. I'm gonna head to Megawater S first. I like these guys' designs. And also, oh yeah, first of all, here you're able to choose weapons from the first 3 games, which is awesome. It adds replayability and like just being able to do your own thing. I don't like Hyper Bomb, but I pick it because if I'm right, pretty much all of these guys are weak to it. They have a bunch of weaknesses. That's like the most consistent. I'm gonna get quick. I get like metal every playthrough. I'm not gonna do it this time. So let's try. Air is good. Let's get some stuff from 3. Hard Knuckles good. Let's get Needle because I need my rapid fire option. And Top Spin, fuck it. And then you get Magna Beam, gotta get that. Rush Jet, let's do item 1. And then it's like good luck Mega Man. Despite the arrangements of the original tracks not being so good, the original music made for this is great. Like, it sounds great on the Genesis, and also people have made arrangements of them, and they genuinely sound like they fit right in with the NES games. I love like all of the tracks. The stages reuse enemies from like the previous 3 games, which I find kind of interesting. Get to use like weapons from different games and interact with enemies from different games. Levels themselves obviously are like new. You have new tiles and everything, the new music, new bosses. It's pretty great. It's a great reward when this could have easily just... This would have basically sold well enough as just... well, it didn't sell well because of the fucking Sega channel service or whatever. But this is like a good package even with just the 3 games. But to include this piece of like content that's exclusive to this, It's pretty cool. You also get this unique menu. Oh yeah, I did pick Elect Beam, which is good. Ouch. Also, some weapons get like unique icons for this menu. Like Mega Man 3 already has its own. Also, yeah, that would be not like Legacy Collection 1 has all those different challenges. Imagine just having the option to pick weapons from different games in other ones. Unfortunately, they're like, oh damn, they're emulated, so it's not like built from the ground up to be able to do something like that. Although, like, X does something with, like, the multiple bosses, I don't know how it works. Also, okay, the mini-boss doesn't respawn, just like in the NES game. That was close, holy shit. It's interesting you have these guys using an underwater stage. I forgot to mention, Mega Man 1 just has it has no water physics. That's what I meant to say. You have these walls that are made like some can only be broken by Hard Knuckle and some by Crash Bomber. Let's use fire. Clean these guys out. It would have been cool to see that happen. Though at the same time, I don't know how to... Mega Man X's weapons have always been weird to me. Like, I don't know, I just never quite liked them. Like, there's some exceptions, obviously. It's just, they're never exciting to me. I feel like when Mega Man Classic is, like, so simple, weapons bring a lot more to the table. Well, there is just fun to control X and play him with the Buster, or at least sometimes play Zero. It feels like they had the weapons there just because they had to, and I completely understand that. Yeah, the armor upgrades are more interesting. If I'm right... Actually, I think Mega Water is also weak to bomb. I'm gonna try to use that and see. This fight I find kinda weird. Like, you're often discouraged from sitting on the platform because Mega Water S just pushes you off. But you're usually able to aim weapons such a way that you can hit him. This is not going well. Okay, yeah, it is his weakness. The only thing I can say about these guys that kind of lets me down is they don't give you any unique weapon. Also, didn't know that about Mega Man Zero. I really should get into those games. Despite me calling myself like a Mega Man fan, I actually haven't played many of the spin-off series. I said I played the X1 through 4. Besides that, I tried getting into Battle Network 1, I gotta get back to that. I'm keeping my weapons. I played no Legends game, no Zero game. Star Force, I assume you have to like already be familiar with Battle Network to play. Oh, interesting. I guess that's appropriate because, you know, Genesis. I always forget also what the initials stand for. Like Mega Water S, I don't remember. Hyperstorm Age, I think it's Hyperstorm Hog. And Buster Rod G is Buster Rod Goku. because it means like Monkey King or just King and something like that in Japanese. It's not the Goku, as cool, as funny as that would be. Goku. I enjoy this theme. Yeah, same. I played like the more obscure, like these classic titles. I just never feel like delving into the ones that are like a complete different genre. Mega Man Base 2 is so weird. Like it's really the only thing that makes it interesting is just that it's this piece of media, of Mega Man media, that was never outside the West and was on this console made by, I think, Namco. It was the Wonder Swan. There was a point where I genuinely thought Wonder Swan was just Japanese Game Boy, because it's like, okay, it's a portable system, it's black and white, what else could it be? Well, it was not the Gamecom. But yeah, it was this weird concept where you just like, I wonder what kills this guy quick. I missed again. Takes 2 hard knuckles. It was this weird console concept where you just like flipped it sometimes. Like you could play it either horizontally or vertically. What the Mega Man 2 and Base did was like force you to do that depending on the stage you're at, or even parts of a stage. And that genuinely sucked. Like it made some stages really annoying, or at least like one stage annoying to get through. I also... do I really... oh, I have a lot of lives, I don't need that. It made it annoying to get through. Mega Man Base 2 is not very hard. It's certainly not the same as like the first game. But going through it as Mega Man works just fine. But playing as Base, it actually feels unplayable. I don't know how you can get through as Base. He does not have rapid fire like you'd expect. Like you hold down the button and he fires, but it's so slow. It's slower than pressing the buster and shit. Anyway, here's Hyperstorm H. He actually gains 2 health bars. I can't think of another official Mega Man boss that does this. It's also pretty interesting. He's like got spikes in the boss room and quite a few attacks. I like this guy. I got these Mets. And also the Mets, when they collide with him, they just get destroyed. That was close. And there we go. Yeah, I know the Atari Lynx exists. I don't know what its library is. From what I heard, it didn't have much third-party support, which means there's like just not a lot of recognizable IPs on it. But they could have, I think that also means it didn't have like as many bad games on it. This Buster Rod Goku, it looks cool. I'm gonna keep my weapons. God, I love all the music in this. It's just a solid composition. It's also just nice to see like some of these enemies would be used in like a single section in their respective game. Here you get to see them used again in like a better way. I really like this complete package. I have played it just like a few months ago for the first time actually. Mega Man on Game Gear is fucking weird. It's pretty easy. So bizarre how it's got like Toadman and Waveman as like fortress bosses. And I remember the Wily fight being very underwhelming. I don't think it had rematches. It didn't have boss rematches at all. And also, like Toadman Waveman being the wily bosses, that was it. You didn't have other wily bosses, I don't think. And I remember trying the hard version. It's actually like pretty darn hard. Like the stages were just fine. Then I got to like Stone Man and he was fucking impossible to fight. But the normal mode is pretty easy. It's also just very. It's kind of visually weird. It looks like it's similar to this game, with like the 16-bit style and even though the console is more like 8-bit, but it just kind of allows for that many colors, I guess. And it also does the same thing where some enemies are just given more colors than their designs usually did, at least in the NES game. I like how it incorporates the Snake Man things here. Like you'd think, oh, just because they're snake themed they won't appear again, but it kind of fits with Buster Rod's stage. I think that's the worst thing I can say about these stages. Even though I still enjoy them, their themes aren't that unique. It's just like grass field, underground, and underwater. Yeah, the camera, it's like, I was already like very used to Mega Man 5, so I didn't have too much of an issue, but it definitely does show up in there. It's not like the Game Boy games that are actually designed around it, around the small screen. So yeah, that is actually a pretty big issue if you're not already familiar with Mega Man 5. There's something that fascinates me about like the Game Gear and the Game Boy Advance. Like, naturally they're compared to their console versions or whatever, but they're like slightly more advanced. And no pun intended with the Game Boy Advance, but like people usually say like, oh, it's a portable Super Nintendo. But I think it's actually like better than that, isn't it? Here's Buster Rod G. I don't remember what is weak to. Like, maybe Needleworks? Yeah, it actually does. Blocks your shots, uses big rod. And he has clones of himself. I'll be right back. Alright, that's interesting regarding the GBA. I didn't know quite. I remember a meme, people people who are like into chiptune and shit would always complain when people say the GBA sound chip, because it technically isn't a sound chip, it's like something else. I even remember this edit that was like The Barnacle Boy from SpongeBob inside the GBA sound chip. Yeah, I noticed that. Like a lot of games have those visuals where they're like slightly brighter than normal. This boss fight is slightly tedious, but it does have a lot of attacks. Oh, it's just gonna sit there? I like how he can like throw this attack from all these angles. I don't even know if you could do that on NES, honestly. Or maybe you could, but it would be just very tricky. But he didn't die. I heard the Yoshi's Island's like the same on GBA, except the red coins look the same as every other coin. Anyway, we're going to the Wily Tower, what the expansion is titled after. I like this tower. Oh, it has more levels, okay. I love these stages and their music. And now I can slide under these guys. Feels good. If you had Crash Bomber, you could skip a whole section. When you say different, you mean you just sound slightly different, or is it actually like new compositions? That's it, I actually never played Donkey Kong Country 3. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I've beaten Donkey Country 1, and I enjoyed that game. 2 I could not get into, like I'm sure it's better overall, but I did not like the collectathon aspect of it. I thought it just kinda was more annoying, because I would like technically beat the level, but I still couldn't progress through the game just because the game said so. Wait, so like he did the soundtrack for 3 on GBA but not the actual 3? Like on Super Nintendo? Also again, I love how these challenges are combined. Here's this boss, which is kinda average. As you might imagine, is weak to bubble lead. I don't have that, but it's like pretty easy just doing Buster only. That's so weird. And this makes me really appreciate the demake of this game at Sage, because this boss fight doesn't lag like crazy there. You know, I probably should have streamed that, but at least I want to have the full boss fight at display. And just, you know, I just think this game's still fun. I'm gonna check that soundtrack later, because now I'm interested. Because like anybody else, I love David Wise's work. Though I've listened to some of 3's, that sounds pretty good too for what it is. There's like one track that people made YTPMVs of a lot. Interesting. I'm using Fusion. I feel like I should switch to some other Genesis emulator, because this doesn't, even though like right now it's kind of clean, like it doesn't have some pixel filter on top. I could not get the pixels to look even at all. And for some reason it doesn't save. Like if I save in a game and then turn off the emulator, it doesn't remain saved. It always says like I got an error or something. Why am I using fire against fire enemies? Let's try this. Wow, that did nothing. Okay, let's use a Mega Man 2 weapon against Mega Man 2 enemies. Oh yeah, that's true. Let's try Needle Cannon against this guy. I'm not sure it's just the same as the Buster, but... Oh, it died pretty quick. And these guys die from it, that's convenient. There's another Yoku section. Yeah, it's pretty... It's not too bad. Oh yeah, here you don't want to climb too fast because these guys can hit you off. There's like something up there, like an item, but I don't need it. And there's an E-tank. I'll gladly take it. Oh, beautiful. I like beam kills these guys instantly. And these guys in 2 shots. How about thunder versus thunder? Yeah, it doesn't deal much damage. Let's see what's up there. I forget if that's an alternate path from before, or if you actually get something new here. Yeah, it's just a new path forward. Oh wow. The leg beam is very good, even against these other enemies. And that brings me here. Oh, that didn't work. How about this? Kinda? It's not like I need it for the next stage or anything. Or like, I don't need it for the boss, that's what I meant. That's also a thing I like. The other games usually like keep you the same weapon energy between wily stages. Here it doesn't because you like select them again every time. This is a weird boss. Even when my friends saw it, they said it looks like fan-made. Like shoots Gemini lasers and now it's a spike ball and shoots like an egg. This stage has like one of my favorite songs in the entire package. This background is also sick. Like I might have said some of the stages earlier look lame, but this one is like genuinely great. I knew topspin would come into use. Not against you though. There's some stuff there, I don't need it. Love it. That was close. I think that was like an alternate path or something. Also, these guys should normally shoot like one, I think, cannonball in the NES game. And here they shoot two. And now we find none other than Buster Rod G again. With a very slowly filling health part. If you have hard knuckle, this is very easy. I don't know why they felt the need to like make him come back and now he just kinda dies normally, but I guess kinda cool. The song's also great. That's true, he just kind of shoots and that's it. Like it's not. Also, I like that this is used as like a stage gimmick now. Like that's so cool. And here comes Pyroman to open a path one last time. I like how the fight takes place in like falling platforms. It was a pretty short stage. This boss fight is cool looking, though it's not that crazy in terms of how to fight it. Especially if you have the right weapons. But even with the boss I recall it being pretty easy. Now I have this guy, which I think is pretty funny. Does like a boxing pose. I love this kind of creativity. I wish more bosses did something like that. You can jump on top. And also die if you're not careful. Let's just spawn right here, it's all good. Also, as you might imagine, you had no rematch with like the 3 dudes. It'd be kind of weird. I think all 3 forms are weak to Elect Beam. It's kind of like Megaman 6 where all forms are weak to Tomahawk. I don't know how that did not hit me. Oh damn. Can I like get up close and hit him? Not quite. How do I always fall? Usually you can stay there for a while longer. Oh, it's so laggy. Well, that's better. What hit me there? And you have to deal with the capsule, which is like the head. I think that's honestly pretty cool. Also, these things don't hurt you through contact damage. It's only the explosion. I hope this hurts. Does he even come down? Oh, at least I can hit him with this if I have to. Okay, it does, that's good. And we did it. What's this? Points. Oh, he tricked us. We're gonna get him for that. What was he even attempting there? Or is that what made this collapse just now? I like this credit sequence. Mega Man chasing Wily feels like the most appropriate thing. This credits music is also very good. And of course, Mega Man's job is never over. Yeah, he escaped! That was great. I still really respect this game and I'm glad it exists. I wonder if it goes back to the title screen. Yep. Alright, that was fun. I'm gonna try to stream more, hopefully. And thank you to those who joined me on my first stream. I'm gonna see you next time. And I hope you have a good night.